so-called people that are looking. I had to beat off. I had to beat off.
Am I getting through to you? Alpha!
They're genius. They get it better than these guys that are looking at stuff.
How, in the name of Zeus's butthole, did you get out of your cell?
I had to beat off.
People coming over with bags of soup, big bags of soup.
Voila. Michigan gave us Motang. Voila. Michigan gave us Motang. Voila.
Captain's log.
They're not allowed to be offensive, unfortunately.
I had to beat off.
Once it was reluctantly aroused. It was hard to get it aroused, and it is hard to get it aroused, but we got it aroused.
I had to beat off.
I got news for you, pal. You ain't leading but two things right now. Jack and shit. And Jack left town.
Michigan gave us Motang. Michigan gave us Motang.
I don't read, obviously. Winston Churchill stood on the rooftops in London, very calm, making speeches. Winston Churchill. Person, woman, man, camera, TV.
I had to beat off.
Soup for my family.
I never thought anybody could forget so much so fast without a severe blow to the head.
Voila.
10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question?
I had to beat off.
We're honored to have with us today our amazing Vice President, Mike Pence, and his wonderful wife, Karen.
Michigan gave us Motang.
A lot of very bad things are happening in Nicaragua. That's better than a brick because you can't throw a brick, it's too heavy.
Captain's log. Captain's log. Captain's log.
Bags of soup.
This is I'm invisible. How did that happen? That's clearly got to require a fix. What happened? Let's see. Go down here, file and things, properties. There you go. In here, choose cam link, and done. And oh, and somehow my camera will wake up in the middle of this and possibly create a picture. Look at that. Oh, I was blue for a second. That's fun. My camera reset it on its own. All right. Most people, you've met my director of photography. It's clearly my middle finger as I reach over and focus the camera past that. I'm back. I'm here. Audio and video is working. Thank you very much and welcome. Hello. How are you? No, I was in one of those green bodysuits that I have. Congratulations, Nasty Woman, for voting in person very strongly. Fantastic. Who voted already? Let me know in the chat room. I'm keeping a kind of running tally in this situation. Oh, and damn it, I gotta start Facebook on its own. It's so aggravating. So one of the issues that I have with being up on Facebook, besides, I don't speak Russian, is that to get, because I have this little splitter that sends out my show to multiple sources so they can go to a bunch of different places. So you guys, if beggars can't be choosers, and if you guys are picky, I can't just leave you sequestered on your little island. This is obviously, how can you be part of a globalist conspiracy and not be on multiple social media platforms? I just don't know how it's done. But in the process, to get on Facebook, I have a choice. I can log in to my Facebook account through the software that allows me to bounce this. This is inside baseball, but it's kind of fascinating. And it will bounce my signal through that into Facebook as it goes to the other places. But if you do that, I don't have direct control over the chat room, so I can't stop the jerks from getting in there. So that's an ongoing concern. Hold on. And so I have to, every single time I do this, I have to, hold on one second. I have to okay it and have it go up and running before I sign off on it and allow the video to stream and all that kind of stuff. It's such a weird little thing that I have to do every time I do the show. I have to re-enter all this digital stuff. It's aggravating. It's very stupid, and I don't understand why this would be. It's just I kind of know. Let's be honest. It's Facebook and all these social media groups want you to be their one and only. They want to go steady, and you want to play the field like I do. It's a little difficult. You know what I mean? Level 2 hype train's already happening there. Thanks for the cheers and bits and congrats and thanks and all that kind of stuff. And thanks for gathering with me today. Couple things. We're going to jump right in as well. Okay, there we go. Now Facebook is up. Now we can click go live. Now we're everywhere. Now I have 4 channels of nudniks and ragamuffins and regulars and associates to try and, I got a lot of chaff to separate from the wheat, so you guys don't have to put up with it. But now they're all there. Fear not, Bean Toes. We've just been banding about the technical stuff like this. This is I have to say, I used to watch, when I had a bunch of friends who were Stern fans, and Adam Carolla is the same way. But after a while, it seems like both of their shows devolved into exactly the same thing, which is bitching about their show, either the people and workers involved or the mechanics of the show or the traffic getting there. Is 60% of Adam Carolla's show is this mic is, I don't know, we had the other mic in the other studio and we're using those, but I don't know that they're any better. Are these any better? Can anybody tell? It's hard to tell. Yeah, Baba Booey. It's always been that way. So I try. That said, I want to keep as much on topic as I can, and get us kind of rolling into this. So Joe Biden gave a speech in Florida today because they're not taking anything for granted. And here we go.
The next president of the United States.
You bet.
Joe Biden.
What's happening? It's so very weird to have a candidate walk onto music they actually have the right to use. I'm not going to play it, though, until they stop it or whatever.
Good to see you all. Please take a seat if you have one. Thank you so very, very much.
There you go.
It's good to be back in Florida. And I want to thank my good friend, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Congresswoman. She's been a tireless fighter. Where's Debbie? There she is. Thank you, Debbie. You've been a friend a long time. And thank you for all the...
We're gonna compare and contrast this to the Trump rally that's going to start in about an hour.
Encouragement. And Toby, I also want to thank you. Toby moved from a high rent district in Brooklyn. That's the highest rent district in America right now these days. How are you, man? Good to see you. And I want to thank you for that.
He just saw somebody in the back like, oh, I wasn't expecting to see that guy. I actually know that person. Anybody ever seen Deadbeat Hero, the stand-up special? Never mind.
Introduction. And it's wonderful to be here.
Hey, I know that guy. Can't remember his name. Anyways.
Here with all of you to hear the stories, talk about how we're going to get through these tough times and difficult times.
Thanks, Tracy.
Today's story is a familiar one here in South Florida. We're all living in some version of it right now, with some of the most important parts of our lives being put on hold. And the same story being lived by people like Carl Schechter, who many of you know well. Carl's here today, I'm told. I don't know. All right. Hey, Carl, how are you, man? Good to see you. The light was shining right in my eyes looking at you, man. I apologize. Carl is 39 years old. No, 93 years old, but he acts like he's 39 years old. And the pillar of this community, so much so that a few years back, you all decided to rename this community center in his honor. I've heard wonderful things about you, Carl, and I'm looking forward to saying hello to you privately. You know, I had the pleasure of meeting Carl back in 2012. He may not remember it, but his story is what this community and this country is all about. Carl is the son of an immigrant. Carl served our nation honorably in the Second World War and met his sweetheart, Anita, when they've been married now for 67 years.
Anita, sweetheart.
Together they built a family, 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and more than 30 years he's made home here, staying engaged in all the local issues and holding local office, catching Sunday matinees and performances at the Arts Center and socializing with neighbors, enjoying nights in the town, and a couple times, 2-3 times a week going out. And but their story, like so many others, is a quintessential American story these days. But it has been interrupted this year. Carl and Anita haven't been out, I'm told, to a restaurant in 7 months. And there are no more Sunday matinees.
Nope.
Other than getting groceries, they spend most of their time in their apartment, like so many people do.
So they won't die.
It's harder than ever to spend time with the people you love, other than on Zoom or on a...
Carl is 93. It was a joke.
...computer connection. We've all felt that sense of interruption in our lives. And we all know that this isn't normal, that things didn't have to be this bad. They didn't
Agreed.
have to be this bad. We look around at our neighbors and we know people are hurting. A lot of folks are worried about making their next rent payment, their next mortgage payment. They're not only whether or not they can purchase their prescription drugs or put food on the table. And we see an awful lot of people at the very top doing better than they've ever done. And left to wonder, an awful lot of us, is who's looking out for me? Who's looking out for me? That's been the story, the entire story, of my view, of Donald Trump's presidency. The fact that he's never been focused on what matters. He's focused on you. His handling of this pandemic has been erratic, just like his presidency has been. And it has prevented Florida seniors and people all across the country from getting the relief that they need. Donald Trump hasn't just been willing to not do the work. I think it's that, beyond that, I'm not sure he cares about delivering any real help. I think it's both.
There's an interesting thing about him doing this with a mask on that concerns me as much as the Amy Coney Barrett's holding up her empty pad, is that you can kind of project anything on it. I'm sure there's somebody at, in Ben Shapiro's office right now working on a deep fake.
People say he's not willing to do the work. Well, I don't think he cares much about it. While you're losing precious time with your loved ones, he's been stuck in a sand trap on one of his golf courses. And when he does decide...
This is, by the way, the pushback against the, are you going to be in your basement the whole time idea.
Lift a finger. It isn't to help you. It's to propose new tax cuts for billionaires. And that's not hyperbole. That's not hyperbole. 100 wealthiest billionaires in America are expected to get another $30 billion tax cut he's proposing. We know what happened the last time a tax cut was passed in 2017, when he came into office. Pharmaceutical companies got billions of dollars in tax breaks. And then they turned around and raised prices for medicines that you rely on to stay healthy. And they're still doing it, even during the pandemic. And quite frankly, it's unconscionable.
I'm hydrating.
But Trump doesn't really care about lowering the health care costs because he's beholden to the health insurance companies and the drug companies. After all, he's asking the United States Supreme
Thanks for subscribing.
Court, as I speak, he's asking them right now to strike down the entire Affordable Care Act, which would eliminate seniors' ability. Most of you are on Medicare. But it would eliminate your ability, and that act we passed, I was able to help put in place, was that you'd have preventative services and annual checkups and mammograms for free under Medicare. If it gets struck down, that gets wiped out as well. The rise in prescription drug prices for millions of seniors and put Medicare trust fund at risk. And by the way, we used to talk about the Medicare trust fund. I say the Republicans want to eliminate it, but remember, Debbie will remember when he's not a bad guy in terms of his personality, but when the former Speaker of the House became Speaker, what did they do? They proposed a $500 million cut in Medicare from the start, right out the bat. These guys mean what they say. This president, as Debbie pointed out, has pledged to terminate the tax that's dedicated to financing Social Security. Terminate it. A Social Security actuary, not Joe Biden or a liberal think tank or a newspaper, the actuary at the Social Security says that would bankrupt Social Security in just a few years, putting those monthly checks for tens of millions of seniors, but they rely on, and many of them, the only thing they rely on, at risk. All this president knows how to do is play games with people's lives and families' futures. Last week, he announced he was, quote, walking away from the negotiations that he never fully engaged in, like he's not walking away, he never fully engaged in them.
And then he came back 2 days later.
Provide any additional relief for American families.
Hold on, see if I can pull up the tweets.
Debbie, working like the devil in the House, they passed the HEROES Act. They passed 2 other pieces of legislation earlier to provide for the ability to keep people from going out of business, people being kicked out of their homes, etc. He turned his back on small businesses that are struggling to keep their doors open. He turned his back on firefighters and police officers and first responders who depend on local budgets, but local budgets are being broken and they have to be balanced. I'll just make note here. When we inherited the largest recession, the greatest recession since the Depression, what happened? The president put me in charge of the Recovery Act, $800 billion. First thing I was able to do, and I was able to manage it myself, was that put $147 billion and help state and local authorities be able to balance their budgets, not have to fire police officers, not have to fire firefighters, not have to fire first responders, not have to close down health clinics. Local governments are strained to the breaking point. He turned his back on educators and school children, standing in the way of support to get them PPE and cleaning supplies and ventilation needed to reopen schools safely, which we could do if we funded it. He turned his back on every single worker whose job hasn't come back. And now he says he wants a deal.
Hi.
One day he's tweeting that the relief package is too big. The next day he's saying it's too small. It's all a game. He thinks he's still on his game show. No, really, he acts that way, for real.
By the way, points to Biden for calling it a game show, which is exactly what it was. The Apprentice is not a reality show. A reality show would be Real Housewives or something like that. Survivor and all of Mark Burnett's programs and The Apprentice and Celebrity Apprentice are game shows. The same way America's Got Talent is a game show. The same way The Voice is a game show. The same way, all of those programs are a game show. If you win a prize at the end for sticking around the longest or any of that stuff, it's a game show.
This is a political game he's playing. His latest gimmick, he wants to mail seniors a $200 prescription drug cash card with his name on it. So you
A coupon.
get it before election with his name on it. But what he's going to do, he's going to raid Medicare Trust Fund to pay for that $200, which seniors have already spent by paying money into. He thinks that he can take the money out of your pocket with one hand and put it back with his name stamped on it on the other hand and call it a gift. It's dishonest. It's reckless. It doesn't act.
Oh, they already swapped out. I don't know if you guys can see it. Well, you can't because the way I have it positioned. They had to swap out the sign language interpreter. It changed in the middle.
Actually help anybody. In fact, all it'll do is undermine the Medicare Trust Fund and increase overall out-of-pocket.
Now, I would like to remind everyone that this is what politics normally looks like. That it, we've grown accustomed that every horse that's used for any purpose should be a rodeo bronco. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if you were, you have, it's a horse that you ride, race, have it pull a plow, do children's parties where they ride in a circle, petting zoo, that kind of stuff. But Donald Trump is now in charge of the horse, and every single one of those horses, as soon as it enters, its job space, just starts bucking and kicking everyone. That's what this is. This is what we're used to. This is where we are right now. And then you go back to like, oh yeah, this is there. Sometimes the horse has to pull a plow. Sometimes the horse has to run a race. Sometimes the horse has to be at a petting zoo for its purpose. And its behavior in each of those arenas cannot be identical to a bronco that's trying to kick someone off in 8 seconds.
That's for seniors. Let's be clear about this. Donald Trump has tried for almost 4 years to lower, he says he wants to lower drug prices, okay? But he hadn't done a single thing to do it. In fact, the House of Representatives passed a bill, Debbie supported, that would bring down prescription drug costs across the board, giving Medicare the power, in Washington, Medicare Department, the power to negotiate, with the drug companies and say, we're not, if an aspirin is going to cost, if it's being charged, I'm making this up, and if an aspirin is going to cost 2 cents an aspirin, they say, we're only going to pay you a penny an aspirin. They're either going to do it or not. They're going to have to do it. We've been fighting to get, Debbie and I and others have been fighting to be able to do this for years. It would lower drug prices.
Already home to play this on my phone. Finally sitting back and watching for real now. Thanks. Welcome.
What did President Trump do? He said if it passes, he'll veto it, threaten to veto it. Folks, Donald Trump's chaotic.
Yeah, because the executive order that Donald Trump signed is meant to be overturned after the election. If they passed a bill, if he went through the Republicans and they were actually all in agreement and they wanted any of these things in these executive orders that he allegedly signed, then they would do them. He's got control of that. And most of the things are things that Democrats have been asking for quite some time. So why sign an executive order? So they can be undone.
Divisive leadership has cost us far too much. 215,000 dead from COVID-19 and rising. Experts say we'll lose nearly another 200,000 lives in the next few months unless he fundamentally changed course. I prayed for his recovery when he got COVID. And I'd hoped at least he'd come out of it somewhat chastened. But what has he done? He's just doubled down on the misinformation he did before and making it worse. So many lives have been lost unnecessarily because this president cares more about the stock market than he does about, well-being of seniors. One day before we crossed the threshold of 200,000 deaths, you may recall this, the president was at a campaign rally, and he insisted that the virus was, and I quote, affects virtually nobody. Quote, just elderly people with heart and other problems. Nobody. Think about that. Who was he talking about when he said it affects virtually nobody?
Coral Gables, Florida.
He was talking about America's seniors. He was talking about you. He was talking about my family.
By the way, the event we're going to be watching of Trump's, just so you know, because they throw them together, his website is, they tossed up all the invites for all the events they're doing in like a big, these all came out on his website. There's to be a poll watcher, considering the man hasn't seen his own poll in years. It's fascinating. Is that a hand mirror? Friday, Macon, Georgia, Ocala, Florida, Greenville, North Carolina, also carries, like news will carry into South Carolina. That helps some. Des Moines, so trying to lock down Iowa, going to Pennsylvania. These are all like swing states, and in some cases, states that he is specifically looking for, that he's fighting in, that he lost, or that he won by a significant amount last time, and it looks like he's losing currently.
Family. You've worked hard your whole life, contributing to society.
Sorry, Pauline.
Building the family, building the country, serving America. You deserve security. You deserve respect and peace of mind. But you're not getting it. And by the way, if this wasn't so bizarre, you'd think, if I tried to make a movie talking about something like this in America, you'd think I was making it up. Because Donald Trump, it's simple. Not a joke. You're expendable. You're forgettable. You're virtually nobody. That's how he sees seniors. That's how he sees you.
Ouch.
It's no surprise. This is the same man who looks at Americans who put their lives on the line like you did, sir, and many others maybe in this room, for our nation, and calls them losers and suckers. I carry this card with me every day for the last 15 years. And the back, it's my schedule. In the back of the schedule, I have a black.
By the way, this is the most bonding that he'll have with this group of seniors. What a great idea. I should have a printed schedule on a nice card. I don't know how to use my phone. I just want it in my pocket. Why can't someone do that for us?
Box.
I'm dead serious.
It says daily.
My mom loves this.
Update. The number of troops who've died in Iraq and Afghanistan, 6,924. Not roughly 6,900, 924, because every one of these fallen angels left a family behind, deserves to be remembered. Every one. U.S. troops wounded in Iraq and Afghanistan. 53,000 as of today, 194. Everyone.
Biden has an iPhone, just so you know.
With only one sacred obligation in America: to care for those we send to war and equip them. When they come home, take care of them and their families. And what did he say? Losers. My son volunteered to go to Iraq for a year. Before that, he had been in Kosovo for 8 months. Best of my knowledge, the only foreigner has a war monument and a major highway in that country named after him for his contributions helping them set up their criminal justice system. Then he volunteered to go to Iraq as Attorney General for a year. My son was not a loser. And all those who left behind, he's passed away, but all those left behind, they were heroes. They were patriots. I imagine that's one of the reasons why 6 4-star generals and a whole lot of others have endorsed me who used to work for him. Because they know where his heart is.
Hi, folks.
That's how he sees us. That's the attitude he's brought toward this whole crisis. This is the same man, you may remember, when he was told we were averaging 1,000 lives lost per day. Remember what he said? He said, "It is what it is." Such concern and empathy. It is what it is. Well, it is what it is because he is who he is. That's why it is what it is.
Hey, Gonzo.
This president,
Hey,
as
TLK Nitty.
Debbie referenced, back in January, when he was being briefed by the intelligence community, he said, "I never read."
Yeah, this part's easy. Like, if I play Biden, it's really no show. I mean, we could always go to watch Ted Cruz talk about, to Amy Coney Barrett about her whether or not she plays piano.
The briefing. Didn't know it was in it. Didn't have time. Well, because ego moved him to try to convince a famous journalist to write something good about him. What happened?
Yes, I did see Sheldon Whitehouse's breakdown. I don't know if you guys all saw that today. It was pretty spectacular.
Bob Woodward interviewed him. He acknowledged that he knew it was a dangerous and highly communicable disease, but he did nothing. He didn't do a thing. He didn't tell you. He didn't tell any American. Why? He told Woodward on tape, told Bob Woodward he didn't want to panic the American public. Americans don't panic. Trump panics. His reckless personal conduct since his diagnosis is unconscionable. The longer Donald Trump is president, the more reckless he seems to get. Thank God we only have 3 weeks left to go.
Well, he's still president a couple months after that, even when he loses.
Dr. Fauci, most respected doctor.
We'll see if they'll be they'll be busy with him resigning and Pence pardoning him.
In the country on these issues. Referred to the president's announcement on the Supreme Court in the Rose Garden using the White House as a backdrop for political events. He said it was a super spreader event.
Everything I do is super. No one has ever seen. This is the greatest spread of disease in the. Listen, Sleepy Joe, you're very loud right now. I'm having a hard time having a nap.
Responding, he's running a national ad quoting Dr. Fauci out of context.
Well, that's the only way I can speak to the man. They now don't let him in the room. Everything he says is out of context, except one article where he said, "Great job. Gavin Newsom loves me." Something else, blah, blah, blah. Did everything right. Super winning.
Fauci had said way back in March, referring to public health officials across the nation, he said, quote, "I can't imagine anybody could be doing more," end of quote, meaning public health officials. At the Trump campaign, which is not unusual because I've had a piece of it, Trump campaign has deliberately lied. They have put Dr. Fauci in their ad, asserting that Fauci was talking about Trump when he said couldn't have done any more.
Which, by the way, is pretty ironic because the way Fauci was talking about the folks in that circumstance was high. Oh, nice. Okay, hold on 1 second. Slide over here. Does it pin in? How does it go in? Is it a barrette? Nice. It works. See. I think the flag is it's a little yeah, it's a clip. Whatever. Let's see. Okay. Okay. We ordered this special. Yeah. Summer's girlfriend makes these Biden yeah, I have dark hair, but it's a Pence fly. It's a Pence fly with a Biden Harris flag in it. As a barrette? Is it a barrette? Is it a clip on? Yeah. So okay, I'll be wearing that during the rest of the show. I know, it's my hair dark. Hold on. And I've got the Venmo thing in the way. Hold on. Ow. Got to go on the other side. I know. I could put it exactly in the same spot that Kamala had hers. Yeah, she had a barrette in her hair. Oh. Apparently it drove, I don't know who it was. I want to say it was, what's her name? It wasn't Judge Janine. Yeah. There you go. See? Fantastic. It's the Biden-Harris fly stuck in my hair. And this is what we've come to, folks. This is it. To do Trump with a Russian accent, which would be Trump 2024 and Mother Russia. If you could turn, he'll never learn the other language. He'll just go,
whatever, what he said. This is,
But Fauci's a man of integrity.
yes, can we, babe, where do they buy one? Where do they buy one? Do we have a link? Okay, cool.
After that ad came out saying, he said, I did not give permission to use that quote, and I wasn't referring to the president. Even when after Fauci said that, he didn't say that about the.
Yeah, we'll have Summer put the link on Twitter if her friend's he can sell a bunch of. Thank you so much, Leslie. Yeah, it's pretty great. It's a.
President. The Trump ad campaign said they were going to continue to use the ad, knowing it was a lie.
The irony of the Fauci quote, by the way, isn't just that they took a quote he was talking about, local and federal officials and first responders in particular that he was discussing. I can't imagine anybody doing a better job. The way he was speaking about them, you have to understand, you could argue that he was making a point that they were doing amazing work considering that Trump had given them so little to work with. It was beyond not complimentary to Trump. It was actually a diss of Trump. It's like saying you're amazed that someone carrying a cinder block is managing to keep their head above water while they're swimming. It's an insult to Trump.
Can they
beyond not just being about
ever
him.
remember anything like that in a presidential campaign with a mainstream candidate? And as a consequence, to months of lying, misleading, and irresponsible action on the part of Donald Trump, how many empty chairs are around the dining room table tonight because of his negligence? How many people's hearts are broken? How many people
Oh, he's going all in on Grandma right now.
have trouble going to sleep at night because they can't just reach over and touch? They can't hear their son or daughter's voice on the phone. While he throws super spreader parties at the White House where Republicans hug each other without concern to the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
How many of you have been unable to hug your grandkids in the last 7 months? I got 6 of them. 2 of them, my deceased son's boys, they live not, children, a boy and a girl, live not far from me. They can walk through the woods. The only way I can see them, I stand on the back porch, and they stand down, and I bribe them with Haagen-Dazs bars.
Mm-hmm.
But every single day I contact them. But I can't hug them. I can't embrace them. And I'm luckier than most because they're nearby, those 2 of the 6. My grandkids, your grandkids, who hope will grow up to treat one another with kindness, respect, and empathy, qualities the president has never, ever shown.
Mm-hmm.
It's become painfully clear as this careless, arrogant, reckless COVID response has caused one of the worst tragedies in American history. The only senior that Donald Trump cares about, the only senior is senior Donald Trump. They don't seem to do anything for. And by the way,
he doesn't consider himself. Is that a flag on the side of your head, elbow cough? It's a Pence fly holding a Biden-Harris flag. My girlfriend got it from a friend of hers who makes them and attached it to my hair. If you're arriving late,
you know, minority communities are getting particularly hit by this. You realize, as of about a month ago, on a percentage basis, 1 in 1,000 African Americans in all of America have died. And the estimate is by the end of this year, 1 in 500
yes, there was a fly on Barrett yesterday as well.
African Americans in America will die. 1 in 500. If he doesn't do something quickly and we hit 400,000, that is more people, the same number of people, that died in the war you fought are all 4 years. 400,000 dead in World War II in less than a year if he doesn't move.
By the way, the Trump strategy is now herd immunity. That's it.
The only one Donald Trump will do anything for is Donald Trump. Look, folks, you all know it. We're so much better than this. We can contain this virus. We can fully reopen our economy. We can bring Congress together to pass real relief and then implement a comprehensive agenda to build back better. My economic proposal. And by the way, it's not a liberal think tank or a Democratic think tank that says this. An independent analysis put out by Moody's, a Wall Street firm, projects that my economic plan will create 18.6 million good-paying jobs between now and the end of the first term.
Right.
7 million more jobs than the president's plan, and create $1 trillion more in economic growth than the president's plan.
By the way, his plan is on his website. It's broken down and it's been judged on the numbers by economic firms and editorial boards and newspapers across the country. They can look at the policy and actually, whether you agree with it or not, or agree with their assessment or not, is sort of immaterial to the fact that he's presented it. It exists. Compare and contrast that to Trump's healthcare plan, or his concept of more of the same economic aspects, economic plans, where he's just going to keep doing what we were doing. Well, what they were doing actually caused a recession to occur in February, even though they cut interest rates 3 times last year.
It's solid. It's real. Here's how my plan works. I'm not going to raise taxes on a single solitary American making less than $400,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
We won't pay a penny more. It's a guarantee. But I'm going to ask big corporations and the wealthy to begin to pay.
All right, I'm taking the fly out because it's going to be distracting through the whole thing, and this is hair is long. All right, that's good. But it's a fly here. I want to show it to you. It's a fly on a barrette with and it's hard to see because of the lighting on here or whatever. But it says Biden Harris on it. It's holding a Biden Harris campaign flag.
Their fair share to straighten out the tax structure. That money will allow us.
If he repeals the Trump tax cuts, doesn't everyone pay more? No. At the institution of repealing the tax cuts, in his budget, will shore up, like the earned interest tax credit, the one-child tax credit, $1,000 per child or whatever. That's a standard part of a rolling budget most of the time. It wasn't new to Trump's budget, or his tax plan, his tax bill in particular. So no.
Invest in working people and carry.
The premise that you're operating on is something that every Trump supporter operates on, that without Trump's plan, there is no plan, as opposed to other people have a different version of a plan.
I don't know if I have it with me now. I don't. Card that lists all of what is in the tax code. We went ahead, the president's tax plan, Brock and I were suggesting we reduce corporate tax from 35% to 28%. That was the consensus.
Yeah. So understand this. Barack Obama and Joe Biden's plan was to lower the income tax from its 35% to 28%. That's a huge drop. Trump dropped it to 21%, but it's not equally applied. So beyond that drop in the base rate, the number of exclusions as far as taxes go, as far the loopholes that they allowed in there, favor certain industries. It won't shock you to find out that golf courses and real estate investors are at the top of the rung of protections, including a provision in the Trump tax plan that allows you, upon the purchase of a property, to write off the next, I think it's 20 years of depreciation immediately. Not eventually, not, after 10 years of owning the property. You buy the property, you can write off 20 years of depreciation on day one. I think you actually have to hold the property for 13 months. So it's got to be 13 months. So you buy a piece of property during this period of time when the tax cut exists. 13 months later, after you've held it, you can write off 20 years of depreciation. Now, you write off 20 years of depreciation, that eliminates your sales tax on that property entirely. If anything, you would get a refund on taxes you do not pay in the first place. You would get a payment from the government for future taxes. And then you sell the property. See what happens there? You get 20 years of depreciation on a piece of property you own for 15 months. Can you do that in your industry? What do you do for a living? That Donald Trump specifically put something in that would benefit you like that? What in your industry allows you that kind of depreciation? Farmers can't do that with farm equipment. I mean, obviously Obama and Biden put in all kinds of machinery deductions, when they were working our way back from the Great Recession. Trump didn't add any more of those. Yeah, you have to pay taxes on the property sold like everybody does. But you get an enormous tax break that would actually pay, understand this. So you buy the property, you depreciate in 14 months the next 20 years of depreciation. The value of that property, the larger it is, the bigger the deduction on the aspects of that property. So, and I think it's the life of the property, but 20 years is the outside of that. At that point, if you sell the property, that would write off, then it's 100% profit. The sales tax you would get selling the property 15 months later, and the initial tax on the property that you paid property tax-wise over the course of that 15 months or 14 months would be less than the depreciation that you can deduct from the owning of the property, especially the bigger the property is. It's a scam. The taxpayer is paying real estate investors to speculate.
It to 21. You know how much that cost? $1.3 trillion. We just take it back up to 28. It'll generate one.
Who benefits from that? Real estate developers. Just like all of Trump's friends, Kushner and Associates, the company that his son-in-law runs, his sons, the Trump organization.
$0.3 trillion more. 91 of the Fortune 500 companies don't pay a penny in tax. Not a single solitary cent. If we made sure there was a minimum tax of 15%, that would add another $400 billion. We're going to take this money and we're going to invest in working people and a growing middle class and make sure everyone is included in the deal. I want tax reform the tax code because we're spending your tax dollars on the wrong thing.
You can use accelerated depreciation and then do some updates and reset the clock again and again, accelerate the depreciation. You can go for decades with large offsets to your income. Right. And this new one allows you to do it in a shorter period of time, Connie. That accelerated depreciation update has always kind of been around and always been kind of a tax dodge. Connie's talking about this in our chat room. But the new aspect of the Trump tax code allows for real estate speculators to write off all their tax liabilities in the purchase of a property and keep all the profits.
As I said, Donald Trump cut the tax from 35 to 20.
It is pronounced Donald Chump, actually, but it's a common mistake.
Costing the Treasury a fortune. As I said, if we raise it back to 28%, $1.3 trillion will come to the Treasury over the next decade. Instead of giving big corporations hundreds of billions and pay for buying back their own stock, moving jobs overseas, we should invest it in cures for cancer.
Yes, it is true that Kushner's office is at 666 Fifth Avenue. But, don't let it, that might be too complicated a code for the Q fans to figure out.
Diabetes, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's. That's why I propose giving the National Institute of Health $50 billion
I love beans.
over the next 4 years to go after cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's. If we do not, and no drug company has the capacity to do it, if we do not.
Hal, is the office underground? Jared Kushner's office? No. It's on, I'm sure it's on the 6th floor.
Find an answer to Alzheimer's. In the next 19 years, every single solitary bed that exists in the United States of America now will be occupied by an Alzheimer's patient. Look, my dad used to have an expression. He'd say, Joey, if everything's equally important to you, nothing's important to you. You have to have priorities. What are our priorities? Our priorities are to make sure that everybody in America has an equal shot. This is about you. It's about what's fair. It's about what our priorities should be. And we can deal with the scourge of cancer and these.
Oh my God. I almost had a heart attack. He pronounced scourge properly. Did you see that?
Other diseases.
If he starts doing this stump speech everywhere and makes it a point to pronounce scourge properly in every state of the union to compensate for Trump not being able to pronounce it and mispronouncing it in every single room of the White House, it'll feel like a nap that lasted forever. It's just relaxing me right now.
Has no interest. In fact, he wants to do the opposite. He proposes more tax cuts for the super wealthy. Like Donald Trump, we're going to ease the burden on major costs in your life, unlike him, including the financial burden of caregiving so many families are now carrying. Right now, as you probably know and you have friends, 800,000 Americans who are eligible for home community care through Medicaid, signed up for it, have been waiting an average of 5 years. They're waiting for a phone call back.
You can't get over how long I can let him speak before you interrupt. Yeah, it's mainly to push back against stuff that I hear the Trump voice in my head saying.
For some, 5 years. My plan makes a bold investment so that states can clear the waiting list.
Donald Trump. Yeah, I have to say, the trolls are trying very hard. I mean, I disagree. I mean, they're just doing Trump 2020 and the sort of normal pot shots. I mean, where's the work ethic? That's what I want to know. Why are you guys just phoning it in?
We'll also take the pharmaceutical companies. We'll allow Medicaid to, again, use its enormous bargaining power to negotiate prices and bring costs down for everyone, not just seniors. Mm-hmm. Give all Americans access to those lower prices. And what he also hates my doing, and so do the drug companies, we're going to establish a board, like is in other countries, of outside experts to set limits on the prices of new specialty drugs that are life-saving drugs that cost an arm and a leg, figuratively and literally, that have no competition. This board's going to set up and say, this is how much you can charge based on what you've invested. You make it.
Does Facebook allow you to have a mod? No, they do kind of short range mods, mod stuff, but it kind of jumps ahead on its own, and it's all right. I mean, it's good to have like I said, the trolls pad our numbers, and it gives me a boost in the algorithm. So
healthy profit.
It's not like anybody actually really takes anything they say seriously anymore. I mean, it used to be, I have to say, trolls used to have, a genuine effect. You know what I mean? They used to, people used to get upset when they read stuff that they, that they would post. They're like, oh, that's rude. That hurt my feelings, And now nobody cares. It's so, and especially because it's so kind of rubber stampy. You can tell that it's very bot heavy, and they're just copying and pasting, and I mean, it's got to be rough. I almost feel bad for them, almost. I mean, imagine following Trump, a man who I showed farted on live TV a couple of weeks ago. like, and squinchy, like clearly sharded. And imagine, it's one thing to go, oh, a politician does something like that and that's embarrassing, and or a public figure even does that. But you have to understand, they think of him as the Ubermensch. It's not just that their favorite politician farted on TV. It's that this dude who has, you know, godlike, deified abilities and thought patterns and genetics, and is the perfect man, the Nietzsche Ubermensch, you know. That dude shit his pants on television. You know what I mean? There's a difference. It's got to be a little shocking.
But you will not
God, I feel bad for them.
be able to raise the price of the drug without proof that you've taken other action that you've required you to improve the drug. So it can only be raised at the cost of medical inflation. Independent analysis found that my plan will slash the cost of prescription drugs by 60%. How many of you know somebody who's had to sell things just to get the drugs that have gone up exponentially? We're going to protect Social Security and increase benefits for millions of seniors. And I'll fight to protect your pensions, including fix.
Oh, Kamala is speaking currently. By the way, we'll be going to let's see, Trump rally. Let's see if we find this one come up in a second. Whatever. What rally? 21. That's 22 hours ago. Where are these? Because he's doing. Well, there it goes. This is PBS NewsHour. Oh no, that's the same one yesterday. No, we're not paying. I'm not paying money on. Johnstown, Pennsylvania. So we'll see if they carry it plane. There's 192 people in there. Are they just holding it until he gets out there? We'll see. Rocket Man. That's what we're doing currently. Okay. So let's see. We'll jump to over here. I just want to grab. Let's see. It's probably C-SPAN is doing it live right now. Why can't I spell it right now? I'm typing. They're going live on this thing or whatever. Here we go. Live now. Oh, wait. That was day 2. No, that is day 2. Yeah. Sorry.
Require that lawmakers see their faces and understand how they would be hurt if there was a repeal of the Affordable Care Act. Brave activists in the disability community staged sit-ins on the Hill. Seniors protested to keep prescription drugs affordable. Mothers and fathers walked the halls with their children in strollers to show Congress the face of those who depended on the law. And doctors and nurses protested to protect their patients' access to the care they desperately need. Together with many of my colleagues, I joined civil rights and community leaders to speak to the thousands of people who gathered outside.
By the way, there's going to be a lot of questioning tomorrow. So today, like Sheldon Whitehouse's thing, and if you haven't seen it, I don't need to break it up at all. You guys can watch it on your own. I highly recommend it. It's on. It's all over Twitter. It's a great breakdown. And of course, if you haven't seen, you know,
the Capitol as
the pictures that I put up. Have you guys seen? Hold on, let's see. Go to here. This one I was proud of. That was pretty solid. Let's see. Oh, there's me. Look at that. Where's the other one? I have to scroll through and see what gets retweeted so I can pop these up. Look at us rolling around. Look at you guys tweeting me and saying hi stuff. That's really nice. Yeah, somebody said, is it weird to bring your kids to a job interview? Tori was asked that. Who brings their kids to a job interview? And Tori said people who really, really need the job. That's in reference to Amy Coney Barrett bringing her children to the hearings today. I, of course, noticed that BTK did that once, according to him. But there you go. No comparison. Yeah, so we put those in there. Wait, God, how orange? Yipe. National Guard available in U.S. Capitol in case of election unrest. Are they going to have to apologize later? We, of course, jumped into this again today because Trump supporters and Trump himself keep making up this BS that he passed the Veterans Choice and Accountability Act of 2014, which he clearly did not. So if you feel like retweeting something that'll really irritate people, that's the one. I also, because I'm thorough, included the link in case you actually want to read the whole summary and go back to the website. Some of you no longer have Twitter. Oh, are you guys in Twitter jail? It's terrible. So anyway, so there's that. But yeah, let's jump into this. And then Trump, well, Trump should be starting any time now on this campaign rally. I don't know where is he. Did he show up yet? Is he late? Yeah. The event's supposed to be 7 o'clock. Are they even playing? Nope. Okay, wait. Now they're fast forwarding a little bit because he's supposed to be on at 7. Plane not landed? They're only going to Pennsylvania. Guess not. And by the way, a lot of the same folks at a lot of these gatherings, if you've noticed, the deadheaders. He's getting his juice. Yeah, he's doing a line of Adderall and European Sudafed. Or do you think he's at this point getting full on Pervitin? You think he's, I mean, honestly, Pervitin itself sounds like a drug that Donald Trump would sell after leaving office. Got to go watch a rally? Well, excellent. Go do that. Now it's between 30 and 50, according to the latest update. 30 and 50 what? Sick people at the White House? Or just got a text saying Trump is tanking the polls. We need money. Best random text. Yeah, it's a good time. He's getting a transfusion from a fetus. Yeah, I thought that was fascinating, guys. You guys all saw that. So as the news started to pass around that the monoclonal antibody treatment, REGN-CoV-2, that he calls Regeneron, which is, I guess, like saying I'm going to get McDonald's when you really mean a fillet of fish and a Diet Coke or 6. He calls getting, I guess, REGN-CoV-2 getting Regeneron. Even Tylenol comes from Johnson. And, is Tylenol Bayer or Johnson & Johnson? It's a brand name, is my point, not the company name. Nobody says they're going to get aspirin by saying, I took some Bayer and it... Fancy fish. Yeah, Fish Delight. Yep, this is just another super spreader event. No, Barr isn't passed away. Barr's just in hiding. Where's Barr? Where's that hashtag? After Hal, I'll gather the famine, we'll start binging. Good idea. Robocallers. Look at that. I'm busy. Filet of frackers. Regeneron is a better name, though. I agree, but Regeneron sounds like the machine that Luke Skywalker was submerged in. You know what I mean? Or the Orgasmatron. Hold on. Luke Skywalker. Healing tank. Gotta be it. Yeah, there it is. See if I can open this up to a... There you go. The Bank-a-Tank. This is what Regeneron sounds like to me. They gave me Regeneron. They floated me in this thing. And by the way, this whole storyline came up, many of you might know, because Mark Hamill had a terrible car accident after filming Corvette Summer in between movie 1 and movie 2. And they had to rewrite big chunks of the movie because he couldn't be around for it and his face was all messed up. So they put in the whole thing where he got hit in the face and almost died and all that kind of stuff and had to float in this and blah, blah, blah. That's all that because they did that because he had an accident and they were already supposed to start production. Yeah, this is what Trump calls fish delight. No, I'm kidding. That's silly. This is what Pence calls fish delight. Mommy Chickson just said, Hal, I sent you a tweet you need to see. All right, well, I will look at my Twitter feed. Is there something going on with our gathering this evening? It's hard to say. Because he's late. That's weird. And the plane, I mean, they're in Pennsylvania. This isn't far. See, mentions. There we go. I don't currently see it, but I am looking. Maybe it'll show up in a second. We'll see. Mommy Chickson, I will take a look. I've got my Twitter up and ready to go, just in case. Barrett is getting her mascara's worth right now. Oh boy. Trump is always late on purpose so he can make a grand entrance. He's been fairly on time for some of these things. And the problem with being late in this circumstance is that it looks like something's wrong. Unless he comes out and does an hour and, all that nonsense, Yeah, but I mean, it could be that they're just, somebody brought him the American Sudafed, not the European Sudafed he likes, and that doesn't have the meth ingredients in it. Trump's afternoon nap must have been longer than normal. Well, I will say, if we look at, let me see if I can bring it up. If we look at his Twitter feed, you can tell when it's, there it is. If you can tell, by the content, most of the time, what's him and what's staff. Now, they do a bunch of these, getting ready to land in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, big crowd, see you soon. Like, they do those for him. They always have 3 exclamation points. They do that thing, and it's, that's staff. Totally negative China virus reports hit it early and hard. Fake news is devastated. They are very bad and sick people. And the exclamation point in the middle of it, that's more than likely him. So these a minute apart, he's either, they're getting within range and he's letting them out, or this one just goes up or they use his phone to do it, and then he fills in this one. How dare failed presidential candidate 1% and falling. Cory Booker make false charges statements about me and addressing Judge Barrett. Illegally never even lived in Newark when he was mayor. What? Guy is a total loser. I want better health care for far less money, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. He's done nothing on health care, cost or otherwise, or virtually anything else. An empty suit. How dare he make false charges and statements about you? I didn't see any. I watched his exchange. I know what you're talking about. He just had her go through it and say, should presidents declare that they, promise that there should be a peaceful exchange of power if they lose an election, and asked her if she would denounce white supremacy, for example. Guy's a total loser. An empty suit. Oh, it's adorable. I mean, it's just, and that's kind of a cheap shot because Trump's suits are always full. There's although his legs are really skinny. I don't know what that is about, but he wears big baggy slacks. He doesn't have to go skinny jeans on it, but criminy. You could see it from the dancing video. So they did a bunch of these early voting, and this is like early voting is underway in Georgia and Texas. Find out where to vote early by clicking here. Yeah, so the normal get out the vote stuff. Didn't do that. That's staff. That's staff. That's staff. That's staff. That's staff. These are automatic. They're all the same Join me for this is just like if you make an event or a show. Is he? No, nothing. These are all automatic. And then he retweets this. And by the way, this one was, I don't know why he's retweeting this as a shock or whatever, but the statewide voter registration system is currently down. This means that any voter coming to vote early in person cannot be checked in on the poll books and will only be able to vote a provisional ballot. We'll let you know when the system is back up and running. That, this is a state he expects to win, I suppose. But I mean, there was a cable cut in one case on that. It looks like sabotage. This is funny too. Fox, like Sierra Fox, Sierra 8 News, stolen mail, 10K reward offered for information to help catch mail thieves. Right now, it's not clear if ballots were taken. Know something? Contact the U.S. Postal Service. This is happening all over the U.S. rigged election. I think because it's the U.S., he's using single period rule. This is happening all over the U.S. rigged election.
United States Postal Inspector Michael Romano says that who stole from these mailboxes and why. Many are concerned that this feeds into the allegedly false narrative that voting by mail isn't safe. Police tape wrapping mailboxes, a not so common scene, given the unprecedented amount of mail-in votes we're expected to see.
Precedented.
This November, U.S. Postal Service customers like Mary Ann Pugh are concerned.
My first thought was that somebody was trying to get ballots.
Mail was stolen from blue boxes at 6 different post offices in Richmond, Henrico, and Chesterfield. United States Postal Inspector Michael Romano says at this time there is no indication this is election fraud related.
This case is going to be aggressively investigated.
This comes at a time when the U.S. Postal Service is facing intensified...
Sorry if the audio's low. I'll see if I'll turn it up on here. It's really,
scrutiny over its ability to move and safeguard mail-in ballots.
Again, there's a problem with this storyline in anyways. I understand people are worried about this, but acting as if it's aligned when it isn't aligned is part of the problem.
For the 2020 presidential election.
If it turns out that they are trying to steal mail-in ballots, that's going to be a concern because you hear a lot of things being floated by both sides of the election process about ballot interference.
Stealing mail is a federal offense. Investigators are looking for the thieves who could face up to 5 years in prison.
I hope that we can find ways to
per count
make our vote safe and that this doesn't discourage people from voting.
Check and see if your vote went through. If you mailed in your vote and you're in that county and it didn't go through, check and make sure and say that it was removed or whatever, and then you can vote. The radical left is trying hard to undermine the Christopher Columbus legacy. A great Italian opened new chapter in history of humanity by discovering the Americas. OANN, not on my watch. They're going to come for you, Christopher Columbus. They're going to come for you. Is he coming out yet? Nope, still nothing. We love the people of Lake Charles, Louisiana. You've been hit hard. Blah, blah, blah. This is, again, these are all rubber stamps by his people. This one might be him. Republicans will be providing far better health care than Democrats at a far lower cost and will always protect people with pre-existing conditions. 4 exclamation points. The staff only has clearance for 3 exclamation points. So if this is definitely him. But yeah, obviously the question in this one, and it's an ongoing problem with him, is when and how. Because I am curious, and maybe some of our hired GOP trolls, being what they are, might have an idea in general, possibly, where the financing comes from to cover people with pre-existing conditions, if not by government mandate and taxation. because there is no impetus in a quote free or a fair market or a open system of payment in terms of insurance in any way to justify the coverage of pre-existing conditions by an insurance company. Seriously. So maybe you guys can explain where you think that money is going to come from, but you cannot, without giving them some payment support, there is no way to force these force companies to do something that is not in their fiscal interest. And if Republicans want corporations under government fiat with no support to do things that are not in their best interest, think of it as forcing companies without the DPA. The DPA gives government funds specifically to companies. It forces them to restructure their factory to build things we would need in wartime or to fight a pandemic, but it provides money in the budget for those services. It doesn't force them to do it for free. It just forces them to participate in a element that is beneficial to society, and it provides payment for it in the process. So they are not forced at gunpoint to make themselves go broke. Hence why the Affordable Care Act had a mandate in it, so that we're all participating in it. And if you don't, you get it taken out of your taxes. So where would the Republicans allege that this protection comes from if they're not going to pay for it in the budget anywhere or provide taxation to cover for it? Where does that come from? And if you believe the companies are just going to do it because the government wrote, because he wrote an executive order, at what point? Hal has to play this. Look at it up. Colin asking about the Affordable Care Act. It's on CNN right now. Well, they're covering that currently, I suppose. Jump to this.
What you have to know: people are scared. People are scared of what will happen if the Affordable Care Act is destroyed in the middle of a pandemic. There are more than 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions like asthma and diabetes, heart disease, who know that they could be denied coverage, are charged more by insurance companies if Donald Trump is successful in getting rid of the Affordable Care Act. And because of the coronavirus, more than 7 million people have now a pre-existing condition that they didn't have earlier this year. Those who depend on the ACA are afraid of their lives being turned upside down if the court strikes it down. They know what could happen. And Judge Barrett, I will share with you and the American people a list. No protections for pre-existing conditions. Higher costs for health care for women and people over the age of 50. Young adults kicked off their parents' insurance. More expensive prescription drugs for seniors. Insurance companies refusing to cover mental health care. Insurance companies refusing to cover maternity care. No free mammograms, cancer screenings, or birth control. Insurance companies reinstating annual and lifetime caps. And more than 20 million Americans
Air Force One
losing
touchdown.
insurance
Cool.
at the worst possible time, again, in the midst of a pandemic, including nearly 2 million Texans, 607,000 North Carolinians, 288,000 South Carolinians, 227,000 Iowans, and 4.2 million Californians.
And everyone around them impacted by that. Because where do you think that money or that care, both personal and financial and medical, comes from? Because you want to talk about like slowing the productivity of a workforce? Think of all the hours that people have to take off just to raise their own children, much less take care of a sick relative. Imagine the money that they're not investing in a business they might create because they have to use every dime of it to keep a relative alive because they're no longer covered by the ACA. I mean, there's all sorts of, pro-life, pro-business conservative reasons why you would want something like the ACA to exist.
And the pain of losing these protections would disproportionately be felt among the 9 million African American, Latino, Asian, and Native Americans who gained coverage under the Affordable Care Act. But this isn't about statistics. This is about millions of real people living real lives who deserve their government and its institutions to see them and to heed their call. And I know a Republican member of this committee said earlier today that the people who will lose health care...
Can a Supreme Court judge be removed? Yes, they can. They can be impeached. At no point will Amy Coney Barrett, if she is on the bench, be impeached. Just count on it. Could Kavanaugh, of all the people who's on the bench who could be removed, Kavanaugh is the only possible one because of his financial stuff he didn't disclose and areas where he wasn't forthcoming in his confirmation process. And ultimately, if he rules a particular way in a particular case that ties to his financial issues that he didn't disclose, maybe there. Once Amy Coney Barrett is on the court, Amy Coney Barrett is going to stay on the court.
Are somehow not relevant to this hearing. I disagree. Helping these people is supposed to be why we are all here. Why we all ran for office in the first place.
That's why I do this as an act of civic duty.
For people like Felicia Perez. And this is her. Felicia is a writer, a public speaker, and former high school teacher from...
Yeah, the problem, Senator Harris, is that Amy Coney Barrett believes she's pro-life from birth, from conception to natural death. Meaning that if she by nature would be against anything that interrupts life's natural life and death cycle. Meaning that if you're saying we need money or we need materials or we need drugs or we need services to keep this person alive, that is not part of the natural process as Amy Coney Barrett understands it. God chooses your time of death. And if you get sick while you're too poor to pay for it, that's just God saying, time's up.
Southern California, who now teaches at the University of Nevada, Reno. She has multiple pre-existing conditions, including arthritis, asthma, and a rare autoimmune disorder that caused tumors that have wrapped around her optic nerve and part of her brain. Her life depends on periodic cancer-fighting infusions that cost $160,000 a year. Felicia is terrified. She knows that without the Affordable Care Act, she could not afford ongoing treatment, the treatment she needs to stay alive. And here's exactly what she said, and I will quote. "My life is in the hands of people I do not know, who do not know me, who are essentially telling me I don't matter. That my life doesn't matter, that my health doesn't matter, that the day-to-day quality of my life doesn't matter. And that's really hard." Tragically, Felicia's story is not unique. Her fears are shared by millions of Americans.
This is, by the way, the tack that a good portion of the senators have talked about in dealing with the ACA. While some people are are pivoting on Roe v. Wade to some degree, the vast majority of the pushback on her has been on essentially her not being forthcoming in the reason she was chosen to be a justice, which is, of course, to be a lockstep religious activist on the court. That's why she's being chosen. It's why the Federalist Society picked her. It's why the Heritage Foundation supports her. That's where all the money coming to support her nomination comes from. It's why she's, only 3 years into being a judge and why she was chosen. The idea is that she is going to be a lifelong anti-choice activist and religious conservative on the bench, specifically a religious activist on the bench, and that's the goal. There is a question as to whether or not she will be once she's in. The Republicans lately, if you haven't noticed, have decried the problems they have when they're trying to stack the court, that it doesn't always go their way, because even the religious conservative constitutionalists that they put on there still have more their interests and their legacy in mind than the president's.
The Affordable Care Act and its protections hinge on this Supreme Court and the
There we go.
outcome of this hearing.
He only landed a half hour late.
Before being elected, President Trump
He's already supposed to be on. Usually they land before that.
promised that every justice he put forward would, quote, will do the right thing, unlike Bush's appointee, John Roberts, on Obamacare, unquote.
Yeah, they've been repeatedly today, for those of you that have watched off and on or have seen the majority of it, they've been quoting Trump to her all day long. You know, I understand the tack, and the point is well taken, and it will create an asterisk next to her name. That not only is she she's now being put into her second stolen seat, but that she was chosen specifically by a litmus test before the process. Now, look, in the early 80s, were religious groups and presidential candidates stupid enough to ask their appointees whether or not they would rule one way on Roe v. Wade and wouldn't put them up unless they said yes, for example, if they would rule against it and the like? Yeah. Are they that dumb now? No. And they don't have to. You know, like when she testified earlier that Amy Coney Barrett testified earlier that no one had asked her how she would rule on any of these things. Well, they don't have to. That's the whole point. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. So they are picking people, you know, that the only people that get on their list are people you don't even have to ask if they would rule your way. If there's a question, they don't make the list. And if they're not on the list, they don't get nominated by this president. The reason Trump has a list and Biden does not is because Biden's made a distinct choice, like a lot of Democrats do, which is if you put a list out of people you're thinking about, either this round or the next one or whatever, then every decision they make in the courts going forward will in some ways be tainted, whether it affected their choice or not, by the idea that they are positioning themselves to be on the Supreme Court, meaning that some people could judge their rulings as being manipulated to give them the appearance of balance or favor one side or the other so that they will get the nomination and so that they will end up on the Supreme Court. You keep their name off the list so you keep the speculation away from their record, and you can judge it in the raw. You can judge it based on what they've actually done. And so it's why, by the way, a lot of the Democratic choices have been very, have been considered sort of, it hasn't come out yet, why the Democratic choices have been kind of more middle of the road, because they're not running a scorecard. On the right, the Trump and the Republicans in Congress don't go anywhere near the questions of Roe v. Wade, getting rid of the Affordable Care Act, Obergefell, any of the anti-gay, anti-transgender laws and stuff that will go before the Supreme Court. They don't ask. Not because they don't want to know the answers, but because they already know the answers. Trump's choices for the Supreme Court are not Trump's choices for the Supreme Court. They are off a list given to him by the Federalist Society and the Heritage Foundation. And wherever they overlap, that's the ones they choose. They don't, none of these judges are going to be asked by any of these people in this process because they don't have to. It's like Fox News hosts. You don't get the job as a host on there unless you're on the team. So they can go, the Fox editorial staff, Roger Ailes never told me what to say, never made me say anything. Well, of course not. They only hire sycophants. They only hire people that are already on the team. Why would they even look at your tape if you weren't already in the bag? So the same thing, of course, applies to Amy Coney Barrett. I mean, come on. It's embarrassing. Can we not, of course, and maybe, like I said, maybe they asked them late 70s, early 80s, and they started going, hey, these are pretty strong things. My constituents are starting to wonder, is this going to go one way or another? I want, but not now. Let's see. And all people voting are Democrats. Seem like everyone is ready to get rid of Trump. Question for you, Hal. Off topic. What happened to the voting machines Kushner got? Did we look past that story fast? I don't know that a lot of them landed in the system. I know they were working on them. But here's the thing about the Kushner and the and specifically the Ivanka Trump voting machine things is that you can't think too nationalistic about this, because we're not the only country in the world that uses voting machines and electronic voting. A lot of European countries do. Ukraine does, for example. The Czech Republic does. Romania does. Hungary does. Certainly Germany, France, the UK, Ireland, Scotland. Think of Brexit and all those things. That they may get those, easily hackable voting machines, but not put them in the United States. Put them in other countries that Russia is attempting to scuttle the democracy of. How should Regeneron's formulation be a bigger story, seeing Trump is promoting it? Well, I certainly think that, it should be a question for Amy Coney Barrett about being pro-life and understanding that the treatment that Trump alleges saved his life only came into existence, and all the treatments leading up to it, by the way. You can't remove the process from any other drug that was a precursor to this one. Was it used fetal tissue from abortions to exist? The monoclonal antibody treatment that Trump received, injected over the course of multiple days into his body, was created using aborted fetal tissue. And anywhere where Republicans or Amy Coney Barrett or any supporters of her or them or people who allegedly call themselves pro-life are saying they're fine with that, just speaks to the absurdity of, and the hypocrisy of it. Clearly, they're not pro-lifers. They're all for quote unquote farming fetuses if it saves dear leader. Oh boy. Oh God. Hand job, hand job. Walking down the steps. He's going to smack the banister. Nope, he's holding on to it. There we go. Little nervy. Little slower walk than today. We'll see. My client in California had cadaver bones in her back. Fair is fair. Whoa. Yep. Glad I ate when Biden was talking. Yeah, clearly. Oh my God. Why are you, what? I guess we're focusing on the crowd filming him. Why don't we go to live footage of, here you go. Wait 1 second. Here you go. Well, let's go some. Let me see if I can. If I can pay. Here's some. While you're at it, why don't you just go to? Here's some footage. There's the people farming in Jonestown too. People's Temple workers in Jonestown. There they are. Look at them all putting in a hard day's work. Those people really true believers. All you can just tell. Look at them building houses and fields and planting pineapples. I mean, that's dedication. That's enthusiasm. You know what I mean? Like, look at those folks. There's a bunch of them all standing in line, working together. And you yeah. I don't understand. It's why all the blame responsibility for abortion is on the woman when it makes a, yeah, agreed. Why does, look at the high hand job he's given. Look at that. like a guy standing on a ladder. Oh, he's got a fresh coat of orange base on. It's kind of a mess. They're yelling 4 more years and we love you and I think USA. Yeah, somebody needs to coordinate.
Hello, Johnstown. Thank you very much. This is going to be a great evening. It's incredible to be back in Pennsylvania, the proud home of American independence, the American Constitution, and American freedom. That's true, huh? What a history.
That's true. I read that. Did you hear that? It's just somebody put that in my teleprompter, and I just repeated it.
And 21 days from now, we're going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we're going to win 4 more years in the White House.
Nope.
This election is a simple choice. If Biden wins, China wins, all these other countries win, we get ripped off by everybody. If we win, you win, Pennsylvania wins, and America wins. Very simple.
Yeah, that was very simple. Christ almighty. The phrase is, if Biden wins, China wins. If we win, America wins, and you win. Like that, I mean, come on. Again, stop stepping on your own stupid phrases.
For years, the selfish and corrupt political class betrayed the people of Pennsylvania. You know that, and the people
Yes, I know. I'm looking at the selfish and corrupt political class right now.
of our country. Career politicians like Joe
You...
Biden lied to you. I don't think you knew he was even lying. You want to know the truth? He's gone. He's shot.
I see. We're still shooting for this because he skipped out on the debates, so he doesn't have to stand on the stage and be coherent. So he's going with the he's shot thing.
Folks, I hate to tell you, he's shot. He abused you, he crushed you, your dreams, and outsourced your jobs to China and distant lands all over the world. As a Senator, Biden's last American trade policies were a total disaster. They dismantled your steel industry and decimated entire towns in your area. And we brought back steel. And we put tariffs on steel.
Yeah, no, they didn't. Do we have to go through? Should I bring up all the? I should probably just have a packet of stuff. Like, okay, they're in Pennsylvania. They're going to be talking about steel. All the washing machine protections that he talks about, and all the steel protections, all Obama policies.
We stopped dumping steel and aluminum. As Vice President,
Canada.
He closed down 10,000 factories while raking in cash from corporations that move jobs overseas.
That's amazing. He closed down 10,000 factories
And his
by himself.
family got rich. You know that. How did Hunter make $3.5 million from the mayor of Russia, mayor of Moscow's wife? How did that happen?
He didn't. She paid his company consulting fees because they are investment consulting and an investment. They are an overall investment firm. They'll look at what you want to invest, see if they can put it where you want it, and if it will make money. They'll give you advice on that, and then they'll actually do the actual act of investing on your behalf. That's what they did with Burisma. That's why it was successful. That's why after Burisma was fixed, the mayor of Moscow's wife was like, oh, I don't want my money coming back to Russia and being used up by the oligarchs. I'd like to get it out of here, so I have a parachute.
So you have the mayor of Moscow, got a wife, gave Hunter $3.5 million. I wonder what he did for that money, huh?
I don't know. He must be a great lay. I think, is that what you're trying to tell us? You watched Shark Week and had to pay and got a hand job and had to pay Stormy Daniels $130,000 to not talk about it. Something she would have clearly done for free.
The fake news, they refuse to talk about it. They don't want
Well, then I guess I'm not fake news. I've talked about it repeatedly.
to hear about it.
Oh, why won't they talk about it?
He's a servant of the...
Why won't they talk about why Eric Trump was deposed last Monday? Why didn't they show?
Radical globalists, the wealthy donors, the big
Globalists, Jews. Just remember.
money special interests who shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, and you know it because you really suffered right in this area. Threw open your borders and...
Yeah, most of these people are... They look at them, they're all ragamuffins. They barely got 2 nickels to rub together.
Ravaged our cities while sacrificing America.
And it wasn't like their MAGA masks were handed out when they came in and given to them while they stand behind you.
Blood and treasure in these ridiculous, endless foreign wars. They're all coming back home. Don't worry, they're all coming back home soon.
No, they're not. They're going to Saudi Arabia.
They're already on their way. They've
It's
been
the
on
same
their way
shit.
for a long time.
They've been on their way for a long time. Wait, what? Hold on.
20. They're already on their way. They've been on their way for a long time.
No shit. Yeah, they've been on their way for a long time. You mean like your health care plan? Jesus, man. Why are there only women behind him? Because they arrange who's going to be back there to gin up. So whoever's standing behind a politician, it's arranged so that they've looked at the polls and they see who they need the most help with, so that people watching will go, oh, there are people like me who support this person. So anytime you see somebody with a bunch of black people behind them, it means they're having a problem with black people. If you see a bunch of Latinos behind them, they have a problem with Latinos. There's a bunch of women and a mix of and minorities behind him all the time because that's who he has a problem with.
In 2016.
Can we just go over that again, though, for Christ's sake? Listen to what he just said.
They're all coming back home. Don't worry, they're all coming back home soon. They're already on their way. They've been on their way for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. You keep promising this, and yet we have more people in Afghanistan than when you took office.
In 2016,
Honestly, guys, that's, I mean, when a little truth squeaks out because he's too stupid to listen to the words coming out of his mouth.
Pennsylvania voted to fire this failed and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as your president to finally put America first. That's what we did.
No, you didn't. You just sold Bahrain and UAE $50 billion worth of F-35s and tank busters and all kinds of stuff, which are going to be aimed at our soldiers.
And we did not come this far, overcome this much, and fight this hard only to surrender our country back to the depraved Washington swamp. And by the way, did we catch them? We caught them.
No. No. You declassified all that stuff last year. Bill Barr couldn't, he trips over his own tongue trying to do anything you want, and he still couldn't find anything.
We caught them.
The Durham report's not going to be released before the election because they don't have anything. If you caught them cold, this would have been sealed up 3 years ago.
We caught them. Watch what happens.
Yeah, I'll watch what I'm having. They've been coming. It's been happening forever. It's like the second coming of Comey.
Watch what happens. They
Okay, keep watching.
spied on our campaign.
They were spying on the Russians, and you were talking to the campaign was talking to the Russians, so you got caught up in that. It's like you're spying on Scarface, and some asshole keeps calling him. Eventually, the FBI's going, why the shit is this guy calling Scarface all the time? I think we need to tap on his phone, too.
What they did should never, ever be allowed to happen in this country again. Never.
Well, they shouldn't have to do it. It's not about what should be allowed. If any candidate is engaging in subterfuge with a foreign power or attempting to circumvent the elections, both either through standard financing and, slipping money in through the NRA or buying Facebook posts and all that kind of shit, strictly influencing using dark money from foreign sources, the American election,
That should happen again. You should go after them. You should, you know, figuratively wring their necks financially, and and people should do jail time. What shouldn't happen again is somebody playing footsie with someone like Putin.
Watch what happens. This is
Yeah, we're watching. We've been watching for 3 friggin' years.
the most important election.
Oh my God, you caught someone cold and you're still... Wait, hold on, seriously. It's like, honestly, this is what it was like for Stormy Daniels. Just like, will you just get it up so I can get home? I'm done. Let's just get this over with.
In the history of our country, Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He has handed control to the socialists and Marxists and left-wing extremists like his vice presidential candidate. That's another great one, isn't it?
That's another beauty. He can't say beauty, if you notice. He refuses to say there's another beauty. So he has to say great one because she's pretty, is the idea. Like, so he can't, if he says there's another beauty and she's beautiful, as a woman, it doesn't land. Yeah, the Marxists, I know. Please continue to panic.
Watched her on television coming in, because the great thing about Air Force One, we have more televisions.
No, you don't. He's going to tell us if you open a door, there's a television in the bathroom and in the closet. Those are computers. They're attached to NORAD. That's not a TV. Don't look for a remote on a system that complex. He'll launch missiles.
They're in closets. They're all over the place.
They're not in closets. It's not a television. Jesus Christ. It's Air Force One.
They're on the floors, on the ceilings.
No, they're not. They're not on the floors and the ceilings. On the floor of Air Force One, I don't doubt, because of all the technology involved, that on one of the levels, there's a clear opening that you can turn on and off that allows you to physically see out the bottom of the plane with that's a bulletproof 9-inch piece of glass that projects targeting systems on the bottom of it. I guarantee it's straight up Tony Stark level stuff. But there's not a TV on the floor, you dickhead.
And I watched her, and
if there are, why did you turn Air Force One into such a dump?
Compared her to Amy, great future Supreme Court Justice.
You mean Justice Barrett? Judge Barrett? I mean, the person you... just call her Amy. Why not?
And I will tell you, Amy's made a great impression.
Yeah, it's not like they have pre-printed cards they hand out or anything. Make sure everybody's got their fill that seat card and their 4 more years card and their Trump Pence 2020 card, and we all go through it and cycle it. There'll be a little blue light that goes on to let you know they're all color coordinated. If bulb 1 goes on, hold up your fill that seat. Hey, woman for Trump, turn your sign around. Yeah, he's filling his seat right now. Slurp. I think I'll fill my seat.
You know Biden, he can't stand up to the lunatics running his party. He can't even find...
He did. He shut down Bernie. He actually said in the debate with you he's not for the Green New Deal. He has his own version of things that he's promoting. And you went, there goes the left. You just lost the left. Like, well, then you can't say that if he won't stand up to them. Again, he wants to have it both ways all the time. You probably golf more than I do from your basement that you never leave, right?
Stage without him. Look what's happened. Yesterday, he didn't know the name. He said, you know the guy, I think he's a Mormon, right? He said he's a Mormon. He was talking about Mitt Romney. He forgot Mitt Romney's name.
He was being coy, dummy. He doesn't want to mention people outright because more than likely, Mitt Romney's still going to be in the Senate. So you don't jab people unnecessarily.
Imagine that. Can you imagine? Then he did.
Yes, I can imagine a lot of those things.
Wildlife refuges. I mean, you look at this, you look at what we do with our
Yosemites.
Yosemites.
They don't like the gas.
Yeah, I can imagine lots of things like that.
I had to beat off
Isn't it wonderful to allow protest? This is soup for my family.
We're honored to have with us today our amazing Vice President Mike Pence and his wonderful wife, Karen. You know where he was? He said,
For Christ's sake, he called Karen Pence Carrot Pence at the National Prayer Breakfast. Donald Trump called Nicaragua Dicaragua.
A lot of very bad things are happening in Nicaragua.
Donald Trump doesn't know that per capita is a singular standard of measurement.
And you know, when you say per capita, there's many per capitas. It's like per capita relative to what?
And apparently, Trump is a little upset that he gets less tang when he goes to Detroit these days.
Michigan gave us Motang.
Okay. Can we just honestly?
I do it because I have like a good memory, because I'm cognitively there.
Totally, absolutely.
10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question?
Uh-huh. Yeah, here's the question. What kind of judges do you plan on putting on the bench?
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
Okay. Okay. So shall we continue? By the way, Biden has a stutter and doesn't claim to have the best words and the best education and point to his head and say he has great genes and a super cognitive ability and doesn't make any mistakes and doesn't believe he should apologize for anything and believes that, he shouldn't ask Christ for forgiveness about anything, even though he supposedly is a Christian, which is antithetical to the very essence of Christianity. But Trump, let's understand, Trump doesn't make mistakes. That's the case he's making right here. He doesn't make mistakes like this. Even though I will argue Biden's wasn't a mistake. He was being coy. But, look at the Fauci quote they took out of context. He knows what he's talking about. But if we are to take everything that Trump says as gospel,
we're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
Okay, then that wasn't a mistake. You feel me?
No, he's shot, folks. He's shot.
Is he now?
Voila.
Uh-huh. How do you pronounce voila again?
Voila.
Okay.
Against the single worst candidate in the history of presidential politics.
And you're losing by 10 points.
They don't like the gas. You know what that does? That puts more pressure on me. Can you imagine if you lose to a guy like this?
Yeah, I'm imagining it right now. And I swear, it's like a warm bath, but outside. It's like a Cialis ad. Now I understand the value.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. No, it's quite believable, actually.
It's disgusting. It's disgraceful.
It's disgusting and disgraceful.
If he wins...
Why? It's what, that you're running... So what's the disgusting part? That you're running against him, and if you lose to him... That was weird. Hold on. I need to hear that phrase again. What?
Worst candidate in the history of presidential politics. And you know what that does? That puts more pressure on me. Can you imagine if you lose to a guy like this? It's unbelievable. It's disgusting. It's disgraceful.
Is it? It's disgusting and disgraceful that you are losing to a guy you consider to be an intellectual inferior?
If he wins the radical left...
Am I sure that's not a green screen? Yes, he's definitely at an event. The other stuff at the White House was a green screen. Don't get me wrong.
Will be running the country. He won't be running the country.
Really? Says the guy who got his list of judges from the Federalist Society. So Biden's going to make a choice using advise and consent through the Senate and the House of who he might present as a justice. We'll meet with them at the time. You're provided with a pre-printed list when you enter office and have been checking them off in order. And Biden's being puppeted by the left. I see.
The left will take over. And how about Pennsylvania? So he says...
Yeah, so, okay, we're going to go into the fracking right now. Are we going into fracking? What do you think? Because Biden's not against fracking. He's against new fracking leases without environmental impact statements and that kind of stuff. So you don't end up poisoning the aquifers. But, okay.
There will be no fracking.
Yeah, there we go.
No fracking. This one
No.
for a year and a half. No fracking.
No. You're thinking of other candidates, and you're incapable of adjusting your attack point.
No fracking, no fracking. Then Elizabeth Warren refused to get out. So they stole another one for Bernie. Bernie's the greatest loser of them all. This guy, every 4 years, they steal it. So
Oh, did they steal it? Did they?
she refused to get out. Pocahontas, she refused to get out, right? They wanted me to apologize for saying the word Pocahontas. So, no,
It's a name.
I apologize to Pocahontas, to the real one. No, you wouldn't get out, and she took enough votes away, and Biden won Super Tuesday. That shouldn't have happened. But if
Yeah, it's almost like they had a strategy and they worked it and they were successful.
I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, fortunately,
No, you don't sound like a father, a grandfather, and a successful businessman either. I'm calling bullshit on all of them.
that's because I'm not a politician.
You're barely a human being. You're barely a functional adult.
I'm not a politician. But think of it.
You've been president for 3.5 years.
You know, you talk about politicians.
Well, almost 4.
No fracking for a year and a half, right? And then
No.
he goes to Pennsylvania, says,
No. No, when you say right, it should have a fact to back it up. No,
oh, no, they'll be fracking. Like nothing happened.
it didn't happen. Just because again, the voice inside your head does not make it real outside your
Can you
head.
imagine if I did that? No fracking, no fracking, no fracking. I'm the opposite, by the way. No fracking, no fracking. Then you win and you go, got to go a little to the other direction, a little bit to the right, although he actually went further left, which is sort of an amazing thing. But all of a sudden, he comes out in favor of fracking. And let me tell you, it's always the first thing that turns out to be true, okay?
Huh?
They will lose, you will lose in Pennsylvania 1 million jobs. There will be no
It's always no. Don't listen to what he says. Listen to what I say he said.
petroleum products. There will be no fracking whatsoever. And did you see his party now is really angry at him because he's saying maybe there'll be fracking.
No, they're not.
It's a very conditional, it's a very weak. But with me, you're going to frack.
It's very conditional. It's very weak. But with me, you're gonna frack. Jesus Christ. Anywhere, anytime, abject leases, doesn't matter if it'll poison the water. If it's in the middle of a schoolyard with him, it's just all fracking all the time.
And you're going to keep your energy low, and we're independent. We are now energy independent.
We were energy independent before you took off.
First time ever.
Nope.
So if I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment,
That's not our concern. Our concern is that you don't play by the rules of decent society and the law.
because I was elected to fight for you, and I fought harder for you than any president has ever fought for their people.
For their people.
Right now, I'm fighting to eradicate the virus, rebuild the economy, and save our country from the radical left. And that's a big thing, saving it, because these people, this will end up being a large-scale version of Venezuela if they get in. They don't have water, they don't have medicine, they don't have food.
A clip of which part? You're going to frack? All right, we'll see. Okay.
They don't have anything. Despite everything.
They don't have water, they don't have anything. They don't have Venezuela down in Venezuela. They're out. They've run out of Venezuela.
They've thrown at us. We've done more in the first 3.5 years than any administration in history.
If you count allowing a disease to cascade across the country and Americans die. I mean, it's off the charts.
And the best is yet to come. It's true.
Yeah, we should be doubling the amount of deaths we've had this year in the next 4 months. Depends on your definition of best, I suppose.
A recent Gallup poll just came out.
He's doing the Hitler wander.
Thank you. A Gallup poll just came out that found that 56% of Americans say they're better off today than they were under Sleepy Joe and Obama.
No, it didn't. I mean, honestly, do we have to even look that one up? He's cited it a couple of times now. If he does it again in one of these other rallies, I'll have it up for tomorrow.
The highest of any president at this point in his term. Let's think of that, 56%. This is as
It's not you.
we round the corner on the pandemic.
A, it's not true, and B, that's like saying, you know, people feel better about their diet and somehow taking credit for it as an individual.
56%. They were much, much lower. Just remember this. If they were any good, I wouldn't have run for president. But they were no good. They did a horrible job.
If they could have run again, they would have won. And you're starting to sound a little dry in the throat.
They did a horrible job. Yesterday, Biden told those 56% of Americans that they probably shouldn't vote for him. And for once, I agree with Joe. Did you hear he said, you shouldn't vote for me, you know? He has no idea what he's saying.
No, he says that on purpose. He said that throughout the entire, he got criticism for it in the primaries. It's like, if you don't agree with me, vote for the other guy. Because that's how democracy works. Seriously. It takes guts to say that in an election.
How the hell do you lose to a guy like this? Is this...
You're gonna. I don't know. Tell me about it on November 4th.
Oh, I'll never come to Pennsylvania again. I love this place.
That's another one. Like, promises, promises.
You know, they say...
By the way, I apologize. I missed something. When we tug the jacket, you know.
You hear he said, you shouldn't vote for me, you know. He has no idea what he's saying.
When he tugs the coat, he always farts.
How the hell do you lose to a guy like this? Is this possible? Oh, I'll never come to Pennsylvania again.
Yeah, you can tell. Whenever he does that, he breaks wind.
You know, they say he was born in Scranton, but he left. He left.
He left. He was 10.
He abandoned you. He didn't.
He abandoned you at 10 years old. Little Joey Biden. Why didn't he stick it out when he was 10 years old? He just didn't have the grit, I guess.
Give me a break.
Give me a break. He abandoned you. He was 10. The whole point is his father lost his job, like a lot of other people, had to move to Delaware, commuted for a year, and then moved the family to Delaware. Are you just going to shit on every family in the country that moved because their job was lost? Okay, so your family moved because they lost their job. You know, your dad lost your job, your mom lost your job, or both, or the industry died, or a factory shut down, or something like that. You didn't move to improve your family's standing in the world, or make sure that they had enough to eat and Christmas presents and all that kind of stuff. According to Donald John Trump, you just are a loser who abandoned your hometown, especially if you were 10.
Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, there's a lot of people here tonight. A lot of people. I wish the fake news would show it. They never turn the cameras.
This story again. Jesus Christ. Present pictures of it. This is, by the way, all of this conversation, he does this all the time. I wish the fake news would show the crowd. Understand, this all goes back to the inauguration pictures, comparing his picture to Obama's. That's what this is about. He does it every time. He wants to show the crowds he draws because he's still shitting the bed over the fact that Obama's crowd for his inauguration was double the size of Trump's. Every time. He brings it up all the time. Like, because the idea is that if these people, like a concert tour playlist, except, it's a free concert. If he had to charge tickets.
Our great First Lady always says, how was the crowd? I said, didn't they show? No, they just show your face. And about 5 people behind me, right? They become famous. Why don't you show the crowd, though? Why don't you do yourself a favor? Show the crowd. Go ahead.
Why? Like it's like he's looking at the camera. Why don't you guys turn the camera for a second? I have some white power hand gestures I need to make to them, and I need the cameras off me for a second. Like, that's what it comes across as. Why don't you turn the cameras off me for a second so I can, you know, give the finger to somebody and grope a woman. Yeah, he has his own film crew. They have their own White House and campaign photographers and videographers. The networks themselves are there to cover what he says as the president while he's campaigning.
One of the most important issues for Pennsylvania is the survival of your fracking industry.
Yeah, we talked about that already.
Joe Biden has repeatedly pledged to abolish fracking. He's a
You just did the whole thing. Like, this is where he gets off track, and now he's trying to go back and read what's in the teleprompter, and they're not going to roll forward.
liar, okay? He's a liar. How do you do it? How do you do it? He went for a year and a half.
Really? We're already repeating shit?
Said, remember the debates with the radical left Democrats, right? You had Alfred E. Newman, you had all these people. You know who Alfred E. Newman is? Yes. Pete Buttigieg. Pete
Buttigieg.
He was a bad...
Pete Buttigieg. Buttigieg.
Mayor of a failed town, and he's going to run for president, you know? Pete Buttigieg. But...
I mean, it would be one thing if he thought that was funny and he's making fun of his name. And again, if you screw up somebody's name, it's one thing, but supposedly he has one of the best memories of all time.
He's talking about it, and does that mean nobody is going to do right? That's right, nobody, I swear, nobody. Then he gets up. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And not one fake reporter back there said, well, wait a minute, you've been pledging for a year and a half no fracking. But then what about the health care for illegal immigrants? Who in this group is going to provide health care for illegal immigrants? Everybody raises their hand. You remember Joe? No, do you remember? This is a famous clip, but they don't ask him questions about it because they're fake. Do you remember, Joe? Who's going
I know, it's so upsetting.
to provide? And look, we all have hearts, and we want to take care of everybody. But you know the problem, when you do that, we don't have the money. The whole world is going to empty out into our country. They're going to come for health care. They're going to...
You're talking about COVID.
For a college, free college. I say sometimes...
For DACA.
Joking.
No, DACA recipients would be eligible for the free 2 years of community college that Biden's pledging in his plan, and that everybody else in their own version of free state university or public universities anyways, and colleges, you'd get that, you could go for free or at a reduced rate depending on how much you make, as long as you make under $125,000. Now, here's the thing. A lot of immigrants, including DACA recipients, come from households that over time have grown to making more than $125,000 a year. So a lot of DACA recipients wouldn't be able to take advantage of the free 2 years of community college or the free 4 years of public university because their households make too much money, meaning they pay too much in taxes. They pay more in taxes than he does.
Sarcastically, everybody gets a free Rolls Royce, to which CNN says, they don't get a free Rolls Royce. He has misrepresented. These people are sick.
CNN sucks. This is what they're doing now.
Everybody gets a free Rolls Royce. They don't get a free Rolls Royce. The president has misrepresented. Oh, they are sick people. But think of it.
I don't know what that jibber jabber's about.
So remember when Joe, they said, raise your hand if everybody's in favor of free everything, right? Free everything. But
yeah, raise your hand if you're in favor of free everything.
Free health care.
Wait, somebody just raised their hand behind him. Did you notice that? Did you just see that?
Oh, they are sick people. But think of it. So remember when Joe, they said, raise your hand if everybody's in favor of free everything, right? Free everything, but free health
And she just raised her hand.
care for illegal aliens. And Joe goes like, he had no idea what the hell he was doing, folks. He has no clue. And he's not a nice guy, just so you understand, not a nice guy. If he was a nice guy, I wouldn't hit him like this, but he's not a nice guy. He's a bad guy. He's always...
Oh, yeah, he's a tough... Is he? Is he bad? Yeah, so you have some respect for him, is what you're saying.
been a dummy, but he's never been... No, in his best of years, he was considered a dumb guy. When asked about fracking, Biden said he would sure, absolutely make it, we will eliminate it. That's what he said. Those are the exact words. And then he said it 19 different times. And one day, we're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges. Michigan gave us Motown, gave us the Mustang. We're honored to have with us today our amazing Vice President, Mike Pence, and his wonderful wife, Karen. Once it was reluctantly aroused. It was hard to get it aroused, and it is hard to get it aroused, but we got it aroused.
I had to beat off.
Isn't it wonderful to allow protesting? They're not allowed to be offensive, unfortunately. That's better than a brick because you can't throw a brick. It's too heavy. A lot of very bad things are happening in Nicaragua.
Okay.
I never said that. It's incredible. And they don't question him. I couldn't get away with it for a minute. Not for a minute. Did you see the town hall he had with NBC?
It was for a child. Let me guess. These were questions for a 12-year-old, 2-year-old. Are we going to go down in number? What do you think, guys?
That was a town hall for a child, a young child.
How young?
Barron Trump. Actually, Barron's far too advanced for that town hall. That was a town hall.
That's what a lovely thing to say about your child, as if you barely met him.
Lester Holt.
Notice he didn't go, honest to God. How do you not go, Barron Trump? First of all, he brings his own son into this process, which is not a good idea when you're talking about these kind of things, especially as a young child. And Barron's not that young anymore. He's a tall kid. This is crazy. He's a giant. And I have no issues with Barron whatsoever, but don't bring him up. And then secondly, why wouldn't you say my son is way smarter than that? My son is, like all the... Could you act like you barely know the kid more?
Mr. Holt, that was a beauty, right? That was some town hall. And they said, yes, we have a random sampling of people. Yeah, all Trump haters, right? What a group of people. But he raised his hand. He said, illegal immigrants will get health care. Now, people don't realize what that means.
No, they're talking about DACA recipients. And they're also talking about not checking people's immigration status when they come in to get checked for COVID.
That means your Social Security goes down the tubes, your country goes bankrupt, the whole thing is a disaster. But he raised his hand. Now he's trying to say he didn't do it. And they don't.
No, he explained it. You want it to be one way other than what was actually discussed. In the same way that you want to make up that he was against fracking for a year and a half.
Call him out because they're fake. His radical left running mate, who I just watched on television.
Thank you, F. Donald Trump, for the super hearts.
She's so pathetic. Is a co-sponsor of the socialist Green New Deal, which eliminates all fossil fuels.
No, it has the goal of eliminating fossil fuels by replacing them with renewables, so that if we do have fossil fuels in this country, we sell them to other places until they end up getting off of them. But we in our own country don't use them anymore.
She's having a hard time getting out of that one. Did you hear the other day she actually came out in favor of fracking? It was like, yeah, I think so. She's further left than Bernie. Did you see Bernie? I thought was the furthest left of the Senate, because you don't get too much worse, right? Then you go, instead of socialist, you go to the C word, right? She's first.
I don't know why he makes communism the C word, other than the fact that I think it makes him look stupid to start yelling commie. Or maybe it upsets Putin. Maybe that's the problem.
Further left. She is considered further left than Bernie. This is...
No, she isn't. Not by anyone.
And they're looking at, when Nancy Pelosi does the 25th Amendment, she's doing it for Biden. You do know that, right? Because they want
Sure, yeah,
to get Biden out, and that won't be hard. But at this very moment,
Really? It won't be hard to get him out? You're having a difficult time getting him out of the campaign.
Biden's website includes a pledge to mandate net zero carbon emissions, which means fossil fuel, coal, everything is gone, and it's gone soon.
Okay. Net zero. Net zero. What we're seeing here is not a misunderstanding or a disagreement on policy. What we're seeing here is a grown man who doesn't understand the concept of net zero, statistically speaking, and that through carbon offsets and by balancing out, if you're going to pollute this much, you do this much in renewables, or you make up for it through other situations, removing carbon emission from the environment. For example, like modernize the government's auto fleet so that they don't produce any carbon emissions, therefore offsetting the ones that factories might make that they still have to do for a time, so you get to net zero. This is not zero carbon emissions. That's not possible yet. The goal over time would obviously be that, because you'd want that. Honest to God, would he stick with oil if there was some sort of magic Tesla crystal that you could hold up to the sun and power a city just by, waving it around and saying, honestly, no. Net zero. I honest to God, I'm not kidding. Donald Trump intellectually is incapable of understanding the concept of net zero. That's why he's overreacting to this, and why he doesn't understand why nobody's on his side. He's overwhelmed with this. It's why he gets mad. Like some of these things when he gets mad, he said this the whole time. Well, he didn't say that. You thought he did because someone told you he did. But that doesn't make it true. And so, of course, you're upset because you believe something that isn't true. Net zero is what they're talking about. He does not, thanks for seeing the Excalibur reference. I mean, who can't do the dragon's breath from memory? So, listen to this again.
Biden's website includes a pledge to mandate net zero carbon emissions, which means fossil fuel, coal, everything is gone, and it's gone soon, okay?
No, it isn't. It talks about, it literally means it can't be gone soon because the technology isn't there yet. So you do everything you can to offset the amount of carbon put in the atmosphere through other technologies and other ways of dialing it back. If you can't not power, say, factories with coal or with oil or gas, or you have a certain number of vehicles that are going to be powered by liquid gas for a certain amount of time, you offset that by, hey, here's an idea, moving from gasoline to natural gas, which is brought in by fracking, which is why Biden isn't against it in the short term and over the next 25 years. Honest to God, you are just simply watching. This has nothing to do with the difference in policy. I mean, the man thinks windmills cause cancer. He's a dipshit. But this has everything to do, it's like his per capita problem. This is everything to do with the fact that Donald Trump does not understand what it means when you say net zero, statistically. He doesn't get it.
And with that goes our economy, and with that goes our country.
So this is a man arguing that if our Amish village ends up getting cell phones, it'll destroy everything that we take, our relationship with God.
The Democrat Party hates fracking, they hate coal, they hate clean, beautiful coal. I see what they do with coal.
Clean, beautiful coal.
They hate domestic energy.
You know what coal slag does when it is in people's drinking water, dipshit? Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea that Mitch McConnell is using coal slag from West Virginia and Virginia that goes into the aquifers of eastern Kentucky to basically kill off all the hillbillies up there so that they can sell that near Virginia property at a higher rate once these assholes all die off conveniently? It's a purge. Clean, beautiful coal. Even if you were for coal or say it's just not there yet. Just not there. We don't have the technology. We can't replace the energy we get from coal with any other thing right now. which we can. But even if he believed that, you can't also believe that there's, in all honesty, you can't actually believe that coal is clean in any way.
And Biden.
Dude, the guy who, we just looked at this, the Trump coal baron, hold on. Is looking for the government. Let's see, where is? Yeah. So one of Trump's biggest supporters, Robert Murray. Let me drag this down here so you guys can see this. We showed this before. Tell me about the clean coal again. One of Trump's biggest backers, this coal baron, who, by the way, his company, Murray Energy, with all the support that Trump has given to the coal industry, still went bankrupt last year, is applying for federal benefits to treat black lung. The man is an executive. Think about this for a second. He didn't dig coal in this process. The guy has black lung. He's been an executive of his coal company for decades. He's been retired physically from any physical work for a very long time. And this dude is asking for federal funds that he, by the way, fought. So the Republicans, the Democrats are trying to put in a thing that the coal companies need to set some money aside for people who get black lung from working in coal mines. It's like a health savings fund. Because they wanted to make it, that they had to pay for it outright, or they had to take out insurance for their workers, for coal miners, so that when they get black lung, not if, but when they get black lung, they'll have insurance to help heal them and keep them alive, or maybe cure them if they can, or get support for it. And the Republicans pushed back against that with the help of people like Robert Murray, the Trumpsters of the world. And what ultimately happened was that this guy, they changed the law so that they didn't have to take out insurance for this. They could just put money in a big savings account that the federal government would look over. And if it didn't happen, they get the money back. That's what they were shooting for. It's the same thing when you found out that some companies were taking out insurance policies on their workers, and if those workers died, they would get, they could cash it in and get basically the worker's entire salary back from the insurance, even though they had no right to take out the insurance on somebody else's life. And it also gives them an impetus to not save that worker's life if they're killed or crushed or die of a disease. So this dickhead fights that. The federal government sets this money aside, and he filed a claim just recently with the Department of Labor seeking access to federal benefits to treat his disease, which was caused by prolonged exposure to coal dust. In this, the news outlet said that Murray wrote in his filing for benefits that he is heavily dependent on an oxygen tank and near death. Tell me again about clean coal. This dude voted for Trump and dumped a shit ton of money into the Trump campaign. And now he's on oxygen and near death and wants the federal government to pay for his black lung treatments. A disease that he allegedly got from an industry he chose to work in, that he became a multimillionaire in. Murray said he's entitled to benefits after working in underground mines for 63 years. Murray was an executive. Bullshit. Thanks for the bits, 500 loops. It's awesome. I mean, honestly, who knows? Who has this much to draw from you guys? I mean, I know Trump is repetitive, and I built up kind of a backlog of stories about this nonsense. But this dude's voted for him. This guy is a MAGA supporter. He's dying. Clean coal. Kiss my ass.
Will shut you down. He wants to shut you down just like your governor's got you shut down right now. They better open up your state. Did you see the World Health Organization yesterday? They said Trump was right. They said you can't make the cure worse than the problem itself. I've been saying.
Okay, cure worse than the disease. They didn't say it was right. There are mitigatory aspects to lockdowns that you have to compensate for. We're not in full lockdown. Pennsylvania's not in full lockdown either.
That for a long time. And we did the right thing. We saved 2 million lives.
Yeah, by doing anything at all.
The 2.2 million people, we saved 2 million lives, and you know, we get nothing. And I'll tell you what, we have the vaccines are coming soon, the therapeutics, and frankly, the cure. All I know is I took something, whatever the hell it was, I felt good very quickly.
Dude, you needed to be in a hospital. This, honest to God, that's the other part that's been bugging me about this bullshit that we really haven't talked about, which is, this is what happens when this asshole finally sees a real doctor. Instead of that weird jackass that he had, that was, hold on. Let's see if we can find a picture of him. The weird dude who looks like a Muppet. Yeah, there he is. This guy. Remember this dude? This is who Trump's been seeing all this time. One of the reasons why Trump feels so good, besides the fact that he's on oxygen every single day, he's had blood transfusions, they're hydrating him. I mean, the dude has a shit diet, doesn't exercise. You know, there's stress involved in the White House. Like, you have to take care of yourself. And he doesn't. He frankly doesn't. So they basically Keith Richards him in one fell swoop. They took him into the goddamn hospital, swapped out his blood. They effectively did dialysis on him. Cleaned his blood, fed him oxygen, hydrated him, dumped a bunch of antibiotics and vitamins into him. And of course he feels better. Of course he feels better than he has in 20 years. Because his behavior consistently is responsible for why he feels like shit all the time.
I don't know what it was. Antibodies. Antibodies.
Yeah, antibodies that were developed with aborted fetal tissue.
I don't know. I took it. I said, I felt like Superman. You know, I said, let me at him.
Is that what Superman says?
No, and I could have been here 4 or 5 days ago. It's great. We had great doctors. I want to thank the doctors at Walter Reed and Johns Hopkins. And great doctors.
Yeah, medical services no American could afford.
One great thing about being president, if you're not feeling 100%, you have more doctors than you thought existed in the world.
Right. Yeah, government health care on demand with no copay.
We're surrounded with like 14 of them. Where are you from? I'm from this one. Where are you from? I'm from Johns Hopkins. I'm from Walter Reed. But what great talented people.
He could only remember 2 hospitals.
Did a great job. And thank you.
Yale, Harvard, St. Jude's, I don't know.
And while I'm president, America will remain the world's #1 energy producer with Pennsylvania workers leading the way, and that's what's happening. You're leading.
Jesus Christ, that's how far he drifted back. He's still in the fracking section of this speech, which is probably a single paragraph.
You know, you had the best year in the history of your place. It's a history.
Your place, whatever place it was. Where are we?
If you look at the Commonwealth.
You had the best year. Okay, tell me again about what's Biden's problem?
Best year in the history of your place. It's a history of. If you look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You know, you had the best year in the history of your place. It's a history of. If you look.
Yeah, the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Are we going to go into who knows what? Did you guys even know it was a Commonwealth? Are we going to go into that?
Pennsylvania. You never want to say state. Don't ever say state.
Jesus Christ! They told you that, dickhead. They know that. They're from Pennsylvania, and they don't care.
Actually, nobody cares but them. But you know, I'm just saying. Let's say Pennsylvania. You got 2 of them. You know that, right? The Commonwealth, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
You got 2 of what? 2 Commonwealths?
To school here. Probably.
Or 2 Pennsylvanias. Oh my God, does Donald Trump think there are 2 Pennsylvanias?
We spend more time here than Sleepy Joe, in all fairness. I went to school here, but we're putting our great.
I went to school here. Who took your test for you?
Coal miners back to work. Joe Biden and the Democrat socialists will kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments. You see that happening. And we
No, you don't.
did you see in the debate the other night, I said to him, name one law enforcement agency, just one, in the whole country that supports you. He couldn't do it. Then Chris Wallace bailed him out. Then I say, how come you got the $3.5 million from Russia? And they bailed him out again. He was choking like a dog. They bailed him out.
He was choking like a dog. You mean because he didn't take the bait from you? Why didn't you answer the question about the $400 million you owe? Who do you owe the money to? Why do you owe and it's 1.1 billion ultimately, but the main 400 that just showed up in the New York Times stories. Hey, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. By the way, we're doing a special episode of the Double Neck Download tonight at 7 o'clock, me and Richard Hunter, to talk about Eddie Van Halen. And then Wednesday, I did another one about Eddie that's called the Emergency Podcast. They're going to send me the link for it. And then, yeah, obviously the Nerd Halen guys and I were hit very hard by Eddie's passing, and we've been talking about it a lot. We're going to be doing some stuff together and all that. But
they,
anyways, side note.
Want to dissolve your borders. They don't want borders. They want to have open borders, release criminal aliens, raise your taxes.
Set fire to children, blow up your cat, drink blood from a shoe.
Confiscate your guns, get rid of your Second Amendment.
Yeah, why didn't Obama do that? I mean, we were all counting on it. He had the House and the Senate in the first thing, and he didn't jump right at the confiscation. And you would think, you know, that was our one shot. No pun intended. Boo, do not take our guns.
I mean, here's one that's incredible. Destroy
Okay, let's go.
the suburbs. Okay, so they talk about the
Oh my God. Really? Really?
suburban women. And somebody said, I don't know if the suburban woman likes you. I say, why? But we had this.
Oh, did somebody flash tits at him? Is that what happened?
I love you too. They said they may not like
That was just weird.
the way you talk, but I'm about law and order. I'm about having you safe.
It's funny. Like, by the way, like all my family members who have guns, and they have a lot of them, still have them. Not a one has ever had a problem.
I'm about having your suburban communities. I don't want to build low-income housing next to your house, okay, if that's okay. And I ended the regulation, the rule that made the zoning so impossible that you had to destroy your communities. And then I hear the suburban woman. I think that the suburban woman, and I used to say suburban housewife, I used to take heat, but I said, does anybody care? Do you care if I say suburban? No, they're all going, no. Again, the only one cares is them. Trump said,
Well, no, your base doesn't care because your base doesn't make a distinction or give a shit. You could fart in their face and they would scream potpourri.
suburban housewife, but I didn't say it because I don't. You learn.
You just did. You didn't learn. You just said. You didn't learn anything. You just asked the crowd if it was okay because you intend to keep saying it.
Very quickly. You learn very quickly. But suburban women, they should like me more than anybody here tonight.
Why? You mean because you have a Tic Tac in?
Because I ended the regulation that destroyed your neighborhood. I ended the regulation that brought crime to the suburbs. And you're going to live the American dream, and that's what you're going to do. And remember this, 29% of the people experiencing the American dream in the suburbs happen to be minority. And you don't.
Well, yeah. Technically speaking, if you're 29% of the people in any group, you're a minority. I'm just kind of, I mean, honestly, I mean, I know what he's talking about, but that's just kind of dumb.
Know that.
Does this go to the same problem he has with net zero?
29%. And we're doing this for everybody. We're not doing it one way or the other. We're doing it. And I
One way or the other? Oh, yeah.
ended it. They said, sir, we can amend it. I said, no, I don't want to amend it. I want to
Miss Big Dick Hunter's Wild Ass Circus in Dallas? I do too.
end it. It was a horror show. And this loser, Corey.
It was a horror show, meaning low-income people near your suburbs are a horror show.
Booker is the guy that's going to be in charge of the program. The guy's a stone-cold loser. 1%.
He's a stone cold loser.
He
I don't know why he thinks that's a slam too. Because he uses it too much. Again, a lot of these things, he's supposed to be like a master of nicknames.
1%. He ran. He was going to be great. 1%. Every week. He was like her. Down, down, down. They should have paid.
You can't be down, down, down when you're at 1%. What are you talking about? Let me bring up something though. So this is a story. Some of you here's I'm just going to throw this out there for this is Trump's idea of a stone cold loser. Trump's a wrestler in a lot of ways. Because what he says and his entire fight is fake. You mean it's rigged? This is who he considers to be a stone cold loser. In Newark, mayor saves a woman from a fire. Hey, I know that guy. Mr. Booker arrived to his home in the Upper Clinton Hill neighborhood to find a neighbor's house on fire, and Ann Torres, a spokesman, said, Ann Torres, a spokeswoman, the fire department had not yet arrived, she said. Mr. Booker went inside with two members of his security detail and rescued one woman. The mayor was treated at a hospital and released at 11:30. Everyone is okay, Ms. Torres wrote in an email. There you go. He and his guys all ran into the fire together. He didn't send his detail in. He didn't send Kurt Schilling in to deal with that hooker who won't keep her mouth shut. He ran into a burning building to help a woman. So, but that is Donald Trump's idea of a stone cold loser.
But no, he'll be in charge of your suburban. So can I ask you to do me a favor? Suburban women, will you please like me? Remember? Please.
Please clap.
Please. I say.
Anyone did Hal cover Bill Barr earlier? Why? Is Barr sick? Did they finally say it?
Your damn neighborhood, okay?
I saved your damn neighborhood, okay.
The other thing, I don't have that much time to be that nice. I can do it, but I got to go quickly. We don't have time. They want me to be politically correct. Oh, yes, let's discuss it. Let's talk about it over the next 10 years. No. No, we saved we saved suburbia in the U.S. I got rid of a regulation that was a disaster.
I mean, honestly, the amount of drift that was going on, like suburbs have been expanding exponentially.
And it was very unfair, and you've been reading about it for a long time. It's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, totally. Everybody's flipped out about it. He did this. The low-income housing thing does not leave room for more single-family dwellings. This was a giveaway to his real estate buddies who want that land for themselves, because there's going to be apartment buildings in those areas, not single-family dwellings. And instead of having low-income housing or Section 8 housing or houses that use Section 8 housing, he wants very expensive condos and apartments and stuff, which he and his friends and his family and Jared and all these people intend on building.
It became much worse under Obama and Biden. I got rid of it, and I had a choice. Even my own people said, "You never get rid of it, sir." I said, "I want to get rid of it." "Well, why don't we just amend it?" I said, "I don't want to amend it. I want to get rid of it." Get rid of it. Okay?
None of these people give a shit. None of them know what the hell he's talking about. None of it affects them. It's just nonsense.
I think we're going to see that the women really like Trump a lot. That happened last time, remember? Remember 4 years ago? 4 years ago, they said, women will never vote for him. I said, why am I so bad? They say, the women will never vote. Then
I think the Access Hollywood tape and the multiple rape and assault charges and the story of the 13-year-old girl in Epstein's black book and wishing Ghislaine Maxwell well, and the weird pictures of you and your daughter and your weird conversation about whether or not Tiffany will have your wife's tits or not, and if your daughter wasn't your daughter, you'd probably be dating her, and the weird way you touch her in public, and all the stories of you wandering into dressing rooms with Miss Teen USA contestants and sticking your fingers in the mouths and touching the asses of Miss Universe contestants, that kind of stuff. Probably that's why. That I would say.
52%.
What happened to Maxwell? She's just in jail. I mean, He just wishes her well.
With the women? Except this time, see, this is much easier.
No, Chris Christie is out of the hospital, but is also out of sight.
Because then I was a developer. I was doing great. Everything was nice, but I had never done this before.
No, his entire company was taking a shit.
Came in. I said, I'm going to rebuild our military. I'm going to cut your taxes. I'm going to cut your regulations. I'm going to get you this. I'm going to get you that. I'm going to take care of our vets. I mean, I did things that, frankly, I never even...
Oh, boy. Are we going to goddamn VA choice again?
talked about, like, Space Force.
Oh, okay. All right.
Never talked about Space Force.
Literally, this dude is talking to these folks about Space Force and saving the suburbs, and these people are like, what the shit is he talking
The wall
about?
is almost built. You know, the wall is up to 392 miles. It's almost built.
It was 80 last night.
And Mexico is paying for the wall, by the way. You know that. I've been
Sure they are.
saying it. They hate.
Thanks, guys, by the way, for joining me. Nice big crowd in here tonight. We're having fun. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying yourself. We'll get through this. Not long. Although I'm making a prediction that, God willing, Trump loses in the election. The 2 months after he has lost are going to be insane.
They hear that, but they're paying. You know, we're putting a charge on with the cars.
I'm more worried about that time than I am about the time leading up.
Go through. And it'll
Yes, it was 500 miles last week. It's gone down and then back up.
more than pay for the wall. But
No, it isn't. And by the way, those are American trucks going and coming back. It's how much traffic do you think is coming from Mexico into the United States and back versus from America into Mexico picking shit up and coming back? Honestly, who do you think's paying for this?
we have now the most secure southern border that we've ever had.
Yeah, thanks to COVID.
And I want to thank the president of Mexico. They have 20.
I want to thank the president of Mexico for having more cases. For knowing that we have more cases here than he has and keeping
7,000
people out.
Mexican soldiers on our southern border
Mexican soldiers, it's the same number. It never fluctuates.
stopping people from coming into the U.S. illegally. Thank you very much.
They're not coming anymore.
No, but we did all these things. So this time in theory,
Can Trump really do anything if Biden wins? Well, yeah, he's president until January 19th. Till the swearing in of the next president, he's effectively president.
it should be easier. But don't forget, I've gone
There's a lot of shit you can do in the lame duck session. It's scary.
through years.
Especially if he's angry and trying to bail himself out. Although he may be, in panic mode.
Years.
I mean, there'll be a legal fight for a couple of weeks, probably. That'll be the big story, but.
Of a fake witch hunt. And now it turned out that they were
So it's a fake witch hunt, so it was a real investigation, is what you're saying?
the guilty party. They were the ones dealing with Russia. They were the guilty people. Think if I didn't have every night on that fake CNN right over there with the light on. The light just went off. It just went off. Every time I point to them,
That's one of his running gags,
the
too.
light goes off.
He cannot pardon himself, no.
It's all right. Keep it off.
He might try, he will fail. It would not hold. No person in the United States, I mean, that story about how he has to present his taxes, for example, the SDNY story, that's your baseline to look at. If he has to provide evidence in a case because he is on the same level as everyone else in the electorate, then of course he can. I can't pardon myself, nor could he.
Nobody's
He's not a weird sovereign citizen.
watching them anyway. But think if I didn't have every night Russia, 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 hey. And nobody's been tougher on Russia than me. What I've done for NATO, raised $130 billion a year from other countries that weren't paying their bills. They were delinquent, as we said in the real estate business. They were delinquent.
Is that the word we use in the real estate business?
And that goes up to $410 billion.
Thank you, Flank Doodle. I appreciate you guys attempting to pardon me. Pardon me if I burp.
But he did that. Obama used to send them pillows, maybe from the Pillow Man on Fox. Did you?
I don't know what that is about. Like he's name checking My Pillow guy as if he's a Biden or an Obama supporter.
Ever see a man advertise so much? I've never seen it. I've never seen the biggest advertiser. I think he's the greatest advertising genius, Mike. He's the greatest If I gave him our budget, you wouldn't be able to do anything else but watch Trump ads.
Okay, this is an admission. That means it was his suggestion. Maybe we make Mike from the My Pillow guy, put him in charge of our ad campaign. They don't have any money. The Trump campaign is scrambling.
The pillow man. I tell you, I never saw so many ads in my life. Every day it's the pillow, the pillow. Now,
Okay, first of all, this is a great example of why Trump is shitty at this and why even the My Pillow guy is fairly bad at this at the target audience, which is his age range. Trump's the age range that the My Pillow guy is shooting for. He keeps calling it the pillow, the pillow. He calls him Mike because he knows him personally, sort of, but doesn't know his last name. Can't name check his whole name, and says he keeps calling him the pillow guy. It's My Pillow. A lot of people know it's called My Pillow. We all know the brand name of My Pillow, right? It's not. There's a lot of ads about it. But the very fact that Donald Trump can't figure out or doesn't want to say it, which is even weird, can't say My Pillow. He keeps saying the pillow. This is just weak.
came out with a sheet, and I'm going crazy. That's all. That's all we need now is a new sheet. But he's on our
Really?
side, too, by the way, that guy. He's on our side.
He's on our side, that guy, you know, the pillow guy who has the sheet.
And now Biden even refuses to answer questions unpacking the Supreme Court. You know, elections have consequences. Winning and losing an election, that's big consequences. And we've been winning elections. And they say, well, you know, Trump shouldn't be appointing the new justice because, well, I'm president. In fact, as you know, a lot
Obama was president, and he wanted Merrick Garland on the court, and Mitch McConnell in the Senate refused to. Is that where you're going?
your great justices said, no, they're appointed. Justice Ginsburg just said recently, not so long ago, no, he's president for 4 years, not for 3 years. You appoint.
Yeah. So, but the Obama standard was set by the Senate, not by the judiciary.
Now, she was referring to Obama, I think, or Clinton or somebody.
Yeah.
Wasn't referring to me, I can promise you that.
All right, that's her. The pink light is on.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. It's big.
Biden doesn't even know he's running for president. He said he was running for Senate. No, he was recalling the fact that he announced that Senate run. He was quoting himself because he said it in the same space. So it's not his fault. You're dumb. But good luck with that.
It's big. You don't have to worry about that. That's much easier than we'll build a wall that goes for a lot. It's one of, the wall is one of the biggest projects in the history of this country. You know that.
Yeah, it doesn't power anything. It doesn't actually function any greater than drones or agents or just natural barriers.
Right? And we had a party.
They can tunnel right under it.
Dedicated to the proposition that there will never, ever be a wall. They knew it was the right thing to do. And I made one big mistake. I should have come, instead of saying we will build a wall, I should have said we will never, ever build a wall. They would have given me so much money. Made a big mistake. Oh, great congressman over there. Are you guys having a good time, by the way, huh, Mike?
It's in Pennsylvania. The wall angle doesn't really fly up there. Most of the people who come into Pennsylvania to work illegally are there on tech visas and overstay their Canadian visas, and yeah.
He said the voters don't deserve to know. And he'll tell you after the election what he's going to do. And you know what I did? I gave you a list. I have 45 people on that list. Everyone.
Yeah, they're not. It's not your list. It's the Federalist Society.
And I gave you a list. Yeah, sit down, everybody. Just enjoy yourself.
They're bored already. Oh my God. Yeah, it's the excitement. I mean, that's really.
That list, every one of them's a star.
Watch this.
And I gave you a list. Yeah, sit down, everybody. Just enjoy yourself. What the hell? Look at these people. I didn't even realize you were all standing. I didn't realize you had seats. You're lucky. This is one of the few crowds we provided seats. That's because it's Pennsylvania, I guess.
What?
It's pretty good. If they win, Democrats will pass.
It's pretty good having Folding chairs. Jesus. He just noticed the whole crowd was like, I'm out. I need to sit down. It's drum solo time.
Back the Supreme Court with radical left justices who will shred your Second Amendment. You can.
A bunch of people in back are sitting down, and they're getting signals from the RNC folks like, no, no, no. You guys are paid to stand.
Forget about guns, empower violent mobs, and shield deadly criminals and terrorists. To defend our Constitution.
They're shielding terrorists.
From this madness, I proudly nominated Judge Amy Coney Barrett of the United States Supreme Court and to the
what?
Court.
And to the court of, by, and to the court. She's already on the court.
She'll be a great justice of the United States.
Everybody sit down, please. No. Try the veal.
She's done so well. I really found it fascinating today. I don't have too much time. I tried to watch as much as I could. She was great.
Uh-huh. I thought there was TVs all over Air Force One. You had nothing else on your schedule.
The radical left is hell-bent on destroying everything we love and cherish.
Tracy, you did the same thing last night.
They're enraged and unhinged, and they are going crazy.
Yeah, I'm off my rocker. I mean, I can't. I appreciate you guys listening and being able to even figure out what I'm trying to say with the veins in my forehead just pulsing and overwhelming the visual image of what you're seeing. I just can't get a grip. I don't know what it is. I've lost my sense of humor about this man, and I just nothing. It just makes me so enraged that I can't.
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
I don't know why I can't.
Michigan gave us Motang.
All right, I'm back.
Think of it. Very many, presidents never have anybody to appoint. I will have by the end of the first term.
3, yeah, because you stole one and you're stealing this one.
Almost 300 federal judges and 3 Supreme Court justices. Their heads are exploding. I hope they're happy. They want to.
Their heads are exploding. I hope they're happy.
Cancel you.
Yes, for just $9.99 a month, you can fix Hal's rocker. That's right. Just help me out.
Shame you and.
Please, yes, I need a safe space. I'm overwhelmed. Only. Hold on, I'll empty the jar. Only bits will help, and Facebook memberships and patrons. I'll leave you. Please, I need a cue the Sarah McLachlan song. In the arms of an angel. For just $5 a month, cup of coffee, you can be a patron. Hal Sparks. All right.
Execute you. That's what they.
I do not have my sense of smell. I've clearly lost my mind and gotten COVID at the same time.
Do.
I caught it from just through the screen.
I want to shame and this whole cancel culture thing, Now they're after Abraham Lincoln. They don't like Abraham Lincoln. Now he was.
What?
Too good, was he? I said this 3 years ago. Remember when they took down a couple of statues of people you never heard of, a Confederate soldier?
Please keep singing and mute him. Yeah. They're going to come for all the other people. Yeah, because, all right.
Somebody else, I said, oh, really? The next will be Robert E. Lee. The next will be Abraham Lincoln. The next will be George Washington and every.
Okay. I mean, I think this was a linguistic flub on his part, but equating Robert E. Lee and Lincoln and George Washington together is a Freudian slip by this asshole.
Everybody laughed. They said, oh, the president is so funny. I said, I'm not being funny.
No, we don't actually say that. No one ever says that. We think you're ridiculous. Well, I mean, there are obviously moments of great hilarity. That
I had a beat off.
That happen, but it's not because you're hilarious.
These people are sick.
This is a running thing too.
These people, they want to take away your heritage. And by the way, are there any Italians in the room?
Okay. Do you like Columbus? Do you want your Columbus? Not on my watch.
We are protecting the legacy of Christopher Columbus, okay?
Not all of it. Just the part where he brought people over from Spain who raped kids. That's part. It's like we hate Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez except for the fact that half of her last name is based on the guy who brought smallpox to the Aztecs. Other than that, we're against it.
The Italians are tough. I love the Italians. So they were going to rip down the statue of Christopher Columbus in New York. You saw that, right? And all of a sudden, a group of Italians circled around the statue, and they were having pretty tough things in their hand, I must say.
What?
And it was amazing how those people that wanted to rip it down disappeared very quickly. So the Italians, let me tell you, Christopher Columbus will always be here on my watch, that I can tell you.
He's been dead for hundreds of years. Yeah, the big Christopher Columbus thing.
Now, I had people the other day that wanted to wish me happy Columbus Day. They were afraid. I said, why are you ashamed? No, say it. Happy Christopher Columbus Day. This is good.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a war on Columbus Day. I'm surprised Fox hasn't done any, videos on it.
Christopher Columbus.
I mean, you have to do something. Because you can't do a war on Christmas video when the First Lady has audio of her out basically saying, fuck Christmas.
It's Columbus Day, okay? So Italians say, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I like you too.
Is that what they say? What do the Italians say?
They want to punish the middle class.
The Italians? Why do the Italians want to punish the middle class?
Last trace of traditional values and replace the American dream with the socialist nightmare. And
that's a terrible thing. Italians, why do you want to do that?
What happened? Just take a look at what's going on in other parts of the world. Biden's agenda.
Settle in, kids. Shit.
Not that he has one, but he does whatever they tell him to do. He got so lucky. She should have gotten out.
Oh, he's so burned by this. He's so convinced that that he was going to run against Sanders and Warren. He was so excited. They had, they'd already picked out the drapes. They were going to say, no socialist commies, blah, blah, blah. We're going to run commie ads and pictures of him hanging out with Castro and blah, blah, blah. And then, damn it, Biden wins as a left of center centrist who wants to bring the country together. It's just like, it's like garlic running against a vampire. What the shit am I supposed to do with that?
Was faithful. She would have gotten out. Bernie would have run. We would have been running against crazy Bernie instead. But I'd rather run against Joe.
Yeah. Tell us why you'd rather be running against Joe. Considering earlier you were like, if I lose to a guy like that, it's terrible. The pressure's harder.
Because there's no enthusiasm. There's no energy.
I love the guy. I'm a big fan of Biden's. I'm very excited to vote for him. I think he's a sweetheart. I think he's a gentleman, and I think he's it's like he's arguably going to become the Democrats' Ronald Reagan, the kind of grandfatherly energy that people appreciate in it. And in a lot of ways, he's the modern incarnation, a slightly tougher Jimmy Carter. You know what I mean? It's like if Jimmy Carter could box. I enjoy Biden quite a bit. I think he's a good soul. And in considering the circumstance that we're in with this asshole, this grifter, fake billionaire who owes $1.1 billion to God knows who, including Russian oligarchs and Chinese banks, who's never had a day of profit in his entire life, he's a second-generation rich kid. If he had just put his father's money in the bank and sat on it, he'd be richer than he is now. I mean, he's broke now. He owes shit tons of money to people. He's in debt up to his eyeballs, and his loans come due midway through what would be his next term. But whatever.
With Bernie's people, and we got a lot of people last time from Bernie because they loved me on trade.
Because they were fake. Because a lot of them weren't actually Bernie supporters. They were trying to go against Hillary, and they were actual Trump voters. So they didn't switch over and go for you. They were always Trump supporters.
Because they know our country has been ripped off on trade like no country has ever been ripped off. And Bernie's people get that.
Yeah, they get that. They blame Walmart, though.
And they like us on trade. Biden's agenda would be a catastrophe for seniors. For years, Biden tried to...
Oh, yeah? Are we going to go to cut Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security? He's talking about the overall cut they were doing on the entire budget during the Clinton years when they were trying to do it all together. Everybody. They were trying to lower the cost. They were literally worrying about the deficit, trying to bring it all down so they wouldn't be borrowing from Social Security.
Cut Social Security and Medicare.
That's the clip they use in the ads. Thanks, Intercept. Hey, Glenn Greenwald.
remembers that, and the press will never bring it up.
You guys know Glenn Greenwald. He's the guy who runs The Intercept, which was started with a eBay billionaire's money, who got Edward Snowden out of the country to China, where he lost his laptop and dropped him off in Russia, and where his passport was taken away and he couldn't escape. Snowden is trapped in Russia because of Glenn Greenwald.
But he tried to cut your Social Security, right?
Nope.
Now Biden is pledging mass amnesty and federal health care for the illegal aliens, decimating Medicare, and destroying your Social Security. Biden cares more about illegal aliens than he cares
And these folks are sitting now. I think you've lost them.
about your senior citizens, and it's true.
And it's true.
And let me just tell you this, and I say it strongly, and when I first got elected,
Sounds strongly. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Give it to it. Come on.
they always played the Social Security card.
Uh-huh. Because this time around, you literally are trying to scuttle the actual tax that pays for Social Security.
And nothing happened, right? Your Social Security now is better than ever. I haven't touched it. While I am
No, you just tried.
president, no one will touch your Medicare or your Social Security. Under my
No, they'll touch the tax that pays for it, so it will die after you leave office. That's the concern.
leadership, we're delivering a safe vaccine and a rapid recovery. If you vote for me, prosperity will surge. Normal life.
Uh-huh.
That's what we want, normal life.
Yeah, this is the fun part. They've seen the focus groups and why Biden is winning on a bunch of fronts. And one of the biggest areas is that people are sick of this shit and just want to worry about other stuff. Like, life is busy enough and has enough crazy crap. It's hard enough just to run a business without this crackpot practically ruining everyone's life every single day. You have to wake up, check your Twitter to see if this dickhead is, has cut off funds to POWs because he's mad at Cindy McCain. You know what I mean? We don't need that shit. Nobody does. So everybody's like, normalcy is part of what the voting bloc for Biden is. It's one of the big areas. And that's why they've added this to his speeches.
We want normal life.
Yeah, that's what you want. What's normal? Gold leaf furniture and being a debt vulture?
Fully resume, and
New money bullshit?
next year will be one of the
Tax dodges?
greatest economic years in the history of our country.
Any day now. And I'm going to have a healthcare plan, and it's going to be
It's already
sweet.
happening.
It's already happening. I mean, like, guys, I don't know why you think you don't have a job. You do.
How about the stock market? Who has
Oh, well, right on, Creative Queen. I'm glad he enjoys it. That's what I'm here for. That's all I'm doing. We go through this whole thing. Nobody goes through these whole speeches and deals with this bullshit every goddamn time. Nobody does. Just me. And by the way, any of you asshole Trump trolls who get upset about this, you can go to any number of sites and watch it without any commentary and just breathe it all in. Just breathe in all the... Just MAGA your way into a fantasy. Just breathe in that MAGA potpourri when he farts it out every 2 seconds. Go ahead. Just go ahead and watch it someplace else. Or you can stay here and pad my numbers.
401ks in the audience, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, totally.
I can tell you one.
She shook her head. She just shook her head. The girl over there shook her head.
I'm getting all of your votes.
Yeah.
I'm getting your votes. Your 401ks are setting records. Think of it as we're rounding
Tell us about it. Tell us it.
the turn, and we are. They go crazy when I say we're rounding the turn on the
Don't go crazy. We think you're stupid.
pandemic. We understand it. Hey, I just had it. Here I am,
Yeah, you got hundreds of thousands of dollars in free government health care.
It's me. It's actually me.
It's actually me. What? Oh, you mean because that's him reacting to the fact that he shot that other shit in front of a green screen. And he got called out about it.
And I could have stayed in the basement of the White House or maybe the top floor of the White House. I could have done that, but I'm the president of the United States. I can't do that. I got to get out, and I have to meet people, and I have to see people.
You don't meet people and see people. You walk out of the plane, you walk a plank out and give a speech, you walk the plank back, you get back in the plane, and you fly away.
And I know it's risky to do that, But you have to do what you have to do. You know, I'm the president. I can't
You got to do what you got to do. It is what it is.
sit in the basement and say, let's wait this thing out. I'm not.
Nobody's asking for that. They just wanted you to take normal precautions and not have a super spreader event in the Rose Garden
do that.
like an asshole.
And now I'm immune, they tell me. I'm immune. I could come down and start kissing everybody.
Please do.
I'll kiss
Please do. And when we have a Hep C outbreak in eastern Pennsylvania,
every guy, man and woman, man and
I like that the president is coming out as bi, though.
woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is.
Okay. Okay. Apparently, one of the side effects of the COVID cure that he got is it makes you bi. So, I mean, maybe this is his way of uniting everyone. Maybe he's just going to grab men and women by their crotch without asking. Holy shit.
I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay.
Some.
Joe Biden would terminate.
Not with a lot of enjoyment? Seriously, what the shit is that?
Our recovery.
Maybe that's why he's playing Macho Man and YMCA at his rallies. Is he trying to tell us something? I mean, Eric just came out by accident. Maybe this will be helpful. Yeah, maybe he's reluctantly bi-curious and he's just experiencing some feelings in his life that he's never explored. And
The vaccine, prolong the pandemic, and annihilate the economy with draconian, unscientific lockdowns like you're having right now in Pennsylvania with this governor who is killing you.
Who's killing you. So therefore, if you kill them, it's just self-defense. Boo, kill them. Right. So you don't realize that rhetoric actually, yeah.
Tom Wolf. Tom Wolf. Come on, Tom. Open up.
What do you want? Come on, Tom. You're killing them, and if they kill you, it's that's your name, and that's your. Let me just give you your address.
You, Tom.
He's not really bi, Sherry. In a lot of ways, that I had a friend who came out of the closet years ago in the 90s, and I noticed that he always dated guys who looked like him, almost exactly, only slightly better looking. He dated prettier versions of himself. And at one point, he was a little tortured by it, and he was like, I'm not sure I want to be gay. And I was like, I'm not 100% I'm not convinced you are gay. I think actually you just might be such a narcissist you want to have sex with yourself.
Open it up.
To quote my character on Robot Chicken, it's not gay, it's masturbation.
You know what's going to happen. November 4th, they'll open it up. You know.
So yeah, unscientific, draconian lockdowns. Biden's going to lock it down. He's just going to, not talk to the scientists. He's just going to have an automatic lockdown. And November 4th, they're going to open everything up.
They're doing it. They want to keep the numbers as bad as possible.
Yeah, but Biden's also going to come into office, and as soon as he becomes months later, after he becomes president, even though it's unscientific and economically unnecessary, just to hobble himself, he's going to do. This is the stupidest thing. Like he can't decide which side of the argument to be. You got to pick a tack and stick to it. You can't say Biden never leaves his basement and then go, you probably golf more than I do. You can't go, Biden's going to lock it all down and then say the day after the election, the Democrats are just going to open it all up and Biden's the puppet of the Democrats. Jesus Christ.
Here's the problem. The
What's
numbers
the
are going to come out just before the election.
I'm sure they'll be completely trustworthy.
So we have November 3rd. The numbers are going to come out.
People are already voting.
Pennsylvania is a late voting state. You actually believe in going to a poll because you see all the shenanigans. No, you're a late voting state.
You hope.
And all I can tell you is when I came here, and I said this before, but when I came here, I promised you a lot of things. I've done much more than I promised you.
Are we going to Space Force again?
Best year you've ever
Is he going back? Are we going back over this again?
We're going to have a better year next year. You damn well better vote for me, Pennsylvania. You better.
I'm not coming back here.
Sleepy Joe Biden's plan will crush America. And my plan, we're going to crush the virus very quickly. It's happening already. It's happening. Almost 90% less mortality. You know, the mortality rate is at like 85. If you had it 7 or 8 months ago, it was not as good as if you have it now, and soon it's going to be perfecto.
Perfecto. What is a... When you think of a death rate, what's the chef's kiss version of a mortality rate? It's going to be perfecto. What kind of an asshole talks like that? Perfecto? Is this because he's stuck on Italians in Columbus? Seriously. Okay, this is ridiculous. Perfecto. This guy is convinced that listen to this wording.
The mortality rate is at like 85. If you had it 7 or 8 months ago, it was not as good as if you have it now, and soon it's going to be perfecto. And I said that the drug that they gave me, we're going to be distributing it all over the country to hospitals and everything else.
It's $100,000 per patient. Think of the cost. Just give it to everybody. That way you won't even need a vaccine. You just treat everybody with this really super crazy expensive. Instead of having the lockdowns, you just, yeah, okay.
Because I'll tell you, that sucker works. That's my opinion.
That sucker works. And by sucker, he means the kid who died in his mother's womb during the abortion that he used to make the drug that saved his life, I guess.
What do I know? But to me, it works. And
what do I know?
And the people.
Yeah, drug maker Eli Lilly said Tuesday it is pausing its trial of a combination antibody treatment for coronavirus for safety reasons. Usually clinical trials are paused because a volunteer has suffered a side effect or become ill. But the company did not say what happened. Safety is of the utmost importance to Lilly. A spokesperson told CNN by email. It said the trial's Data Safety Monitoring Board, DSMB, an independent group of medical experts who monitor clinical trials, recommended the pause.
That did it. They're phenomenal people. They've had great success with other vaccines.
Great success.
And drugs. Just this week, we learned that another member of the Biden family is getting rich off connections to Joe. His son-in-law, just came out, a big story, is cashing in on the China virus pandemic, just like Hunter. Where's Hunter? Crash.
Where's Bill Barr? Where's Eric? Why aren't you, instead of giving a speech, why don't you play Eric's deposition then?
In on China.
Just show everybody just how above board your whole family is. Just put it on a big screen. By the way, everyone's sitting behind you, everyone's sitting in front. They're tired of it.
What do you think when Hunter walks in and he walks out with $1.5 billion to manage for China? I said to a friend of mine, one of the biggest guys on Wall Street, does that ever happen? He said, I'm the biggest guy on Wall Street. That doesn't happen for me.
The biggest guy on Wall Street doesn't talk about himself like that. Secondly, he's basically telling you that it didn't happen like that. He's not saying the company didn't manage $1 billion or more from banks or whoever they got the investment from. That happens. He's saying that's not how it works. You don't just walk in, get $1 billion and walk out. They invested it on their behalf and they sat there and watched it spent to make sure it went where it was supposed to go so that the initial investors got a return on their investment.
Minutes he had $1.5 billion. Maybe he's not so.
Yeah, maybe that's how it works or whatever. Gee, you talked to the biggest guy on Wall Street and you went, does anybody ever walk into China and after a couple of minutes walk out with $1 billion? And he went, no, nobody does that. Hunter Biden didn't do that. Rosemont Seneca didn't do that. I couldn't do that. Nobody does that. What are you talking about?
Stupid after all. To fight the China virus, we launched the largest mobilization since World War II.
It's also the largest death rate since World War II. And
we really should get credit for what we've done, because I'll tell you, Mike Pence and all of these people, they have worked 24 hours around the clock. Our early and
not in a row.
Aggressive action saved as many as 2 million lives. Remember when they said, no, you don't want to ban China, don't ban China.
Nobody said don't ban China. They just said a travel ban by itself will not work. You have to track and trace. You have to have testing in place. You got to make people, you have to make it mandatory that they quarantine themselves for 14 days to stop the spread.
They were talking a month and a half later, we shouldn't be doing it. He called me xenophobic. I said,
No, he said you're xenophobic. It wasn't related directly to that. He just said in general you're xenophobic and racist, which is true.
Joe, give me a definition of xenophobic.
Okay, he doesn't know what xenophobic means. Still, no one in his staff has told him.
He was unable to do that. We pioneered life.
Tell us what it means then. The whole point of you flexing intellectually is that you know what it means. Biden doesn't know what it means. Like, Biden, tell us what xenophobic means. Dude doesn't even know what it means. It means being categorically afraid on a clinical level of anything that is different or outside the norm of your regular everyday experience. Anything that is outside your normal field of endeavors, foreign languages, foreign foods, foreign experiences, even within your own country that are outside the norm, you have a negative fear response to. Something like that?
Saving therapies and reduce the fatality rate by 85%. I'm working with the FDA to make the antibody treatments I received, and everybody, we're going to have them, they're going to be shipped very soon. We're working on an emergency use authorization, very complicated stuff.
Mm-hmm. Biden puts another video of Braden on Facebook. It's so awesome. Yeah,
And
Braden,
the
that kid's
FDA
amazing.
has never responded like they've responded to me. This could have taken years, what we've done, and we've done it in weeks.
Yeah, but by speeding this along, you don't know if you're going to cause an entire generation of Americans to have arthritic symptoms or autoimmune collapse. You could literally cause a cascade of a form of AIDS-like symptoms in the nation 5 years from now if this antibody treatment makes people's immune systems snap back and overreact, which is exactly why Eli Lilly paused their study.
I know they came to me on one thing and they said, sir, that will take approximately 2.5 years. I said, no, it's no good. When do you need it, sir? Next week? Tomorrow? How about tomorrow? No, we're pushing them hard. The FDA has been great to everyone.
Yeah, and they went, yeah, you're friggin' nuts.
Fighting to recover from the virus. I feel your pain because I felt your pain. And we will beat this virus together. And for those, who has had it? Who has had it here? Who's had it? Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, some of them have it right now and don't know it.
People. Well, you're the people I want to say hello to because you're right now immune. You're right.
You don't want to talk to the other people who aren't immune? I mean, are you afraid you're going to catch it again from them?
Now immune, or they say that. You know, they hate to admit it because I had it. So in the old days, they said, well, if you have it, you're immune for life, right?
No. In the old days, the old days.
I got it. They give you 4 months. They say you're immune.
No, asshole. That's what the CEO who gave you the antibody treatment says.
You know. Is anybody else but me? You're immune for life.
No. The people who are there who've had it, not necessarily.
Operation Warp Speed, which is incredible.
Oh, God, I've almost missed it. Sorry, hold on. Oh, it's terrible. I don't know why. I feel like I'm letting
me. You're immune for life. Through Operation Warp Speed, which is incredible, we'll
Captain's log.
There you go.
100 million vaccine doses before the end of this year. 100 million. And the vaccine will end the pandemic once and for all.
You don't know that, and you don't know you'll actually have it.
And remember this, because I have
Okay.
the endorsement of, I think, every major law enforcement and minor law enforcement group in the country.
Coal miners?
We have a lot of Democrats
Jesus
that
Christ.
left their party and they came over, law enforcement people. I can almost tell you by looking. Look at this group over here. I know the law enforcement people. Nobody's been better. We had all this surplus military equipment. Obama
We gave it to them, and then they had to, oh, Jesus Christ. Skipping ahead.
declared war on our police, okay? And we proudly received the endorsement of the National Association of
And of cop associations associated. The International
Union of
Association.
Police Association.
The Unions of Associated Associates of Association Police
Pennsylvania
Association.
State Troopers Association.
The Association of Associated Police Associated, not the actual asterisk police themselves.
Wow.
The heads of these organizations who get paid by the NRA Association.
The Fraternal Order of Police, including those in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Scranton, and virtually every single police organization in America.
Virtually.
And during
Association.
the debate, I asked Sleepy Joe, I said, give me one organization, law enforcement, that's endorsing you. And he couldn't do it. Then Chris Wallace saved him. Then I said, remember I said, so
Where did the $4 million?
me, say the words,
Oh, law enforcement.
law and order. Say it, Joe.
Oh, wait, now it's law and order again. Did you notice that? That's an interesting skip.
Remember I said, so tell me, say the words, law and order. Say it, Joe.
Okay, the story's changed now.
Say it. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't
He did.
do it. Because you know what? Because he'd be run out of his party if he said the words law and order. Then I think at the end, didn't he say like law and order and safety and justice and, you know, all the stuff? No, law and order. Say law and order, Joe. He couldn't do it.
He said, I believe in law and order with that is just.
So we're joined tonight by some
And he said it immediately.
warriors.
This is so weird. Like, you don't understand. Say Jesus. Just right now, just say Jesus. What does this have to do with my religious beliefs or your religious beliefs or whether or not we both have beliefs or whatever? Just say, you won't even say Jesus. I don't believe in taking the Lord's name in vain. He won't even say Jesus.
Warriors of a different type, political warriors. They're okay too, right? And they're friends of mine. They're great people. Representative John Joyce. John, please.
Skipping.
Time, and he fights like hell. G.T. Thompson. G.T. 40 points, G.T. Another one who's only up about 44 points. A really good friend of mine, and he's tough as hell, Mike Kelly. Help you in your district? No, sir, we don't really need help. Don't worry about it. A friend of mine and a great gentleman, and he was the first one that predicted that I was going to win this thing, I'll tell you. Former Congressman Lou Barletta. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Lou. How are we doing, Lou? Are we doing okay? How do we compare to 4 years ago? Better. Okay, good. He said the right thing.
Jesus.
Anyway, yeah, I think a lot better because we produced. Again, 4 years ago, I said we're going to do things.
And now we got Space Force.
We've done them all.
We just got 20 million people out of work and 11.5% unemployment and 22% if you include the people who've stopped looking for work and all that kind of stuff. And we got 200,000 plus, 215,000 dead people and 7 million infected, and all of them will have a pre-existing condition because we don't know the cognitive and physical and liver and kidney disease aspects of this disease once you've had it, and those people will all be denied, of course, their insurance as soon as the ACA is overturned by Amy Coney Barrett. But we've over-delivered.
Plus additional things. I mean, a lot of additional things. I never talked about Space Force. We did Space Force.
Jesus Christ.
You know, somebody
we already mentioned.
Did Space Force. That's like a major achievement for 4 years. That's one thing. That's like one thing out of so many other things. So it's one of those things. But I never used to talk about.
One thing out of so many things, but it's one of those things.
That's one thing. That's like one thing out of so many other things. So it's one of those things. But I never used to talk about that.
Jesus.
And former chair of the
all the best words.
Pennsylvania Republican Party, a friend of mine, a guy that knows more about Pennsylvania than any human being on earth, Rob Gleason. Rob, thank you. How we doing, Rob? Good?
We're winning. Yeah, we're doing great. So good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but no, it's all Jens is doing fine.
He said to me, another group came down, they didn't want his advice. They came down from Boston, and they put events all over the place. And he said, you're going to the wrong location. Anyway, they ended up losing big, right? But with us, we came to Rob. We said, where do you think the best places are? And we hit, and we agreed with you, too. But Rob Gleason...
It was your idea, but it was our idea. I mean, it was really my idea. If you really think about it, I suggested it, and you told me I was right.
He's been a fantastic friend. Thank you, Rob, very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, give it up for Rob.
And with their help and your help, we are delivering for the American people like never before. Nobody's ever done what we've done in 3.5 years. No one.
Yeah, lots have. The ACA was passed in the first 3 years of the Obama administration. Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act, and the Civil Rights Act in the first 3 years of his administration.
administration's ever done. This the first 3.5
And by the way, the first 3.5 years, that's usually what people run on.
years. In my first 3 years in office,
I mean, ultimately, this speech should be called Reagan Who.
family income increased by $6,000, and that doesn't include energy, which I think is, you could double it up, more than 5 times.
Yeah, you guys don't even realize how good you got it. I don't know what you're bitching about. Vote for me.
Gains in all 8 years of the Obama administration.
Obama administration.
African American
Obama.
income grew 9 times more than it did
Yeah, Obama. The ACA was signed in 2011, so 2 years in.
under
Exactly.
the last administration. Think of it. African American income grew 9, not 2, not 3, 9 times more. And these are out of the book.
Yeah, that's because the Obama administration was recovering from the worst recession since the Great Depression. They salvaged the entire economy. You skated in after all the work was done.
These numbers are out of the book. Real wealth for the bottom 50% grew nearly twice as fast as it grew for the top 1%. Hispanic family net worth increased by 64% in a short period of time. 64.
Amazing. Yeah, so if you have $100, you now have $164. So the percentage rise over what billionaires are saying. Billionaires only saw a 6% rise in their billions.
We added nearly 600,000 manufacturing jobs, and we added
And lost 350.
15,000 factories, and Obama said, you'll never produce manufacturing jobs. Remember?
No, he didn't.
You need a magic wand. Well,
No, he said 4% growth would take a magic wand.
we found the
You've never hit 4% growth. It's ridiculous.
magic wand. We lifted 6.6 million Americans out of poverty, including over 1 million African Americans. And
How many did Obama lift out during a recession?
more than 1.5 million Hispanic Americans. And we're doing great with both groups, and we love them.
Yeah, you're doing great.
We love both groups. Thank you. Those are great numbers. After our tax cuts took effect, wages for the lowest income Americans grew twice as fast as those near the top. Think of that. You never hear that stuff. The big beneficiary were lowest income Americans. My policy.
That's because percentage-wise, if you have $100 and now you make $200, that doesn't change your life in any massive way. It's helpful. It beats the shit out of just having $100. But you're 100% growth in your wages when you make $100 compared to 3% growth when you have millions. Seriously, this is just, again, this ties into the same bullshit that he's talking about with, trying to understand and contemplate net zero.
Policies have benefited those who need it the most. After the virus came in from China.
Some Hispanic Americans still like him. Explain that. There's 2 baseline reasons, or it was 3 essential reasons for that. One is anti-Castro, anti-communist, anti-socialist Cubans and Latinos in Florida and other areas that still have a chip on their shoulder, that are older and don't want normalized relationships with Castro, can be single-issue voters for Republicans and in this case Trump, because he's done this. The other 2 is religious conservatives, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Latino Catholics who vote, on a strictly pro-life basis, so they'll vote Republican for that very same reason. And then, you could statistically, there's enough Latinos who don't like that blacks are getting more attention from the Democratic Party and see the Republican Party as the party of their interests versus the other minority group. They've been kind of pitted against each other.
And we had to change. We had to do things. This came out. It was a sudden, horrible thing. China should have never, ever let it happen. They should have never let it happen.
It's a contagious disease. You should have never let it leave the cruise ships and Seattle.
We've seen the smallest economic contraction of any major Western nation by far. And
We spent $6.8 trillion.
We've seen by far the fastest recovery of any nation.
We haven't recovered. We're still in this. We're not in the recovery. We're still in the actual phase. This is like saying in the middle of open heart surgery, you're moving his legs and pretending he's jogging.
In the past 5 months, we've created a record 11.
How long have I been a Democrat? Since 1988.
7.4 million jobs. That's American jobs. That's the fastest ever recorded.
You didn't create those jobs. Those jobs weren't created. People went back to work. Those were jobs they already had. You didn't expand the economy. You lost 30 million jobs, and a third of those went back to work. That's not job creation. If you think that's job creation, you're a moron.
Growth has been...
Like, you have to be... Like, the level of stupid is extraordinary.
23 times faster than the first 5 months. Think of this. The first 5 months of the Obama-Biden recovery.
Yeah, because that was an economic recovery based on a problem with the economic system. Banks weren't lending because credit default swaps had collapsed the economic system. It was an economic collapse. The economic aspects of COVID are ancillary to the disease impact. The banks didn't catch COVID, people did.
23 times. We cut unemployment rate in half. Under Biden, it took 30 months to recover more than half the jobs lost in the crisis.
Right, because those jobs were lost because of financial issues that affected the soundness of those companies.
Did it in 5 months. So we're talking about numbers that nobody can even believe. Home building
I don't believe them because they're bullshit.
confidence has reached an all-time high. We're in a pandemic. Reached an all-time high. Manufacturing optimism has doubled. Consumer confidence, which just came out, has surged nearly 20%, and small business...
Okay, consumer confidence has surged 20%, which sounds great unless you understand that consumer confidence was in the shitter a couple of months ago because everything was shut down. So, of course, if everybody's locked down in their place, their consumer confidence is below the floor. So if you raise it 20%, it's not 20% above where it was this time last year or the year before. This is so goofy.
Confidence is now higher than any time in the entire decade preceding my election. Think of that. And we're rounding the turn on a
Sure you are.
pandemic. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years. He made every bad deal in the book. And by the way, if you look at the H1N1, you know, he calls it the N1H1, right? I said, no, H.
Oh, it's weird. So you're saying he inverted H1N1 once?
Michigan gave us Motang.
Really? So sometimes, like he was supposed to say H1N1, and then
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
so he took. I don't understand. So he took the front of a word, of a phrase, and
They don't like the gas.
and he couldn't. He got it backwards.
You have nobody guarding your potatoes.
I see.
Here's the way you remember, Joe. H comes before N.
Oh, is that how it works? Is that how it works?
Michigan gave us Motang.
Okay.
He goes, the N1, H1, whatever it's called. What was his name again? The senator.
What was the name of the drug you took?
He was a governor. Yeah, Romney. Oh, that's right. It was Romney. It's amazing, amazing. And he gets away with that stuff. You only see it, you only see it on the internet. They never reported. Michigan gave us Motang.
I know.
They never reported.
I know. I go through all these speeches of yours, and nobody seems to go over the fact I have not seen on the mainstream media, and even Fox News that loves you, I have not seen them play.
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
I have not seen them play that clip once. They let him get away with it. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
They should report it.
They should report that the president said,
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
considering he has, we're literally in SCOTUS confirmations right now.
They're doing this country a great disservice by not.
I know, they don't tell people you said.
Michigan gave us Motang.
Okay.
Reporting it. But Biden supported NAFTA, TPP, and China's entry into the WTO, which is
See the developing country and blah, blah, blah. Okay, we'll skip the developing country bullshit again. We've done this.
Biden twisted his blade into the heart of the American worker.
Jeez, Jesus. Don't exaggerate or anything.
He should not be asking for your votes.
Biden had a KKK friend. You mean the Republican that he spoke to across the aisle in the Senate?
Asking for your forgiveness.
Yeah, that's a little rough one, considering he's literally in the party of the president.
He did a rotten job, okay?
The KKK friend you're talking about.
Did a rotten job.
All Democratic cities have minorities eating crap. Try harder, guys. I'm honestly, trolls. You guys got to work harder than that. I mean, it just doesn't land.
Our politicians spent trillions and trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars.
Was it Trump's fault that Foxconn manufacturing in the U.S. failed? No, it was his artificial promise that it would work out when he hadn't followed through on the deal. For example, it wasn't his fault that that COVID entered the country. It was his completely useless and inept handling of it that caused as many deaths.
And defending foreign borders, but now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our
By our, we mean the Daughters of the Confederacy.
factories, and our troops back home to the USA where they belong.
They're actually going to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, they're talking about Byrd after he left the KKK. I think. Like the Dixiecrats that became Republicans. USA. He's not talking about the USA. He's talking about the Confederacy.
Almost done.
Almost done. He's over his shit, too.
Syria, we're gone, except we kept the oil. Does anybody mind that I kept the oil?
You didn't keep the oil. The Kurds have the oil.
So we left some troops
We're guarding it.
behind to keep the oil. With Iraq, we're almost out. With Afghanistan, 19
Yeah, we're almost always, we're almost out.
years in Afghanistan, 19 years. And
Yeah.
we're really serving as policemen. It's great to be policemen, but they got to have their own policemen. They got to do it themselves. But
But he did get the endorsement of the Taliban, so there's that.
we're bringing them home. We're down to a very few number of soldiers. To save our auto industry, I withdrew from the last administration's Trans-Pacific Partnership disaster. It would have been a
Yeah, it would have been a disaster. Explain it.
disaster. It would have destroyed your automobile industry.
Yeah, why? Because Hyundai would have made cars in South Korea when they're a South Korean company?
And others. To defend our steel and aluminum workers, I imposed historic tariffs on dumped goods. Remember
They weren't historic, and he's talking about washing machines, and those were things in place by the
when they were
Obama administration.
dumping steel all over the place? You guys were getting killed.
Trump Tower is made with Chinese steel.
Saving those industries from total destruction. And frankly,
Tell us about the auto industry.
had the plague not came in from China, but now they're doing well anyway. Had it not come in, you would have had a steel industry that would have been at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, it wasn't that it came in, it was how badly you handled it. So the problem is you can have a great country that's kind of rolling along. And by the way, notice how businesses don't do well because the president does anything. That's the Republican line until a Republican gets in office, and then he's responsible for all the jobs created. So Obama's, anti-business and all this stuff, and so all the jobs that go up are just the grit of the American businessman. But when Trump gets in, he created all those jobs by himself, right? That's the story. But his handling of COVID that wrecks the economy isn't his fault. That came from somewhere else.
But it came in, but you're going to be there anyway in a short period of time, unless some stupid person comes along and raises your taxes by 4 times what they should be, which is
so 21%. 4 times 21% is not 28%.
what they want to do. I ended the NAFTA nightmare and signed the brand new USMCA into law.
They're already over it.
Everyone
These
said
folks
that
are
was going to be impossible.
like, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll see you in a bit. I'm leaving.
And I
Okay.
withdrew from
Check, please.
the job-killing Paris Climate Accord. So nice of them to tell us that we can't use our energy.
Is that what they said? Is
That was an accord. You know what that was going to do? Destroy our country. That's what that was.
that what it was going to do? Was the
By-
destroy our country
if you
accord?
Look at what has happened over the last very short period of time. The progress.
Oh, I love very short periods of time. Everything happens in a very short period. His taxes are coming in a very short period of time, probably 2 weeks. But the healthcare plan, very short period of time. I love very short periods of time.
That this nation has made, you're not even going to believe it, and you're going to see it. And you would have seen it had the plague not come in, because it was all.
Yeah, but it did. So you can't be president and go, everything would have been sweet if I didn't have to do anything but the one thing I like.
Happening. We were at every single record, but now we're getting
No, we weren't. The economy entered a recession in February.
close anyway. The jobs are all coming back, and the
No, they're not.
market is almost going to be topping the market from before the plague, and it's pretty amazing, I will tell you.
6 stocks are responsible for the rise in the stock market over the last 2 years. 6.
Biden has vowed to rejoin this horrible agreement. A death
Oh, he's leaving.
sentence for your state's energy industry. The Paris
Why?
Accord, it said.
No, actually, the Paris Accord allows for more nuclear and fracking, actually.
Terrible thing.
It actually benefits Pennsylvania.
Unlike Biden, I know my job is to represent Pennsylvania, not Paris. We're representing Pennsylvania, not Paris. Got a lot of nice people that can represent Paris.
You realize the Paris Accord isn't written in Paris. It was countries gathered together in Paris for the. Okay.
Took the toughest ever action to confront China's rampant theft of American jobs. You know that. We charged them so much. We gave a lot of the money to our farmers, $28 billion to our farmers, because our farmers were targeted. Everybody get your money. They did better without even growing anything, to be honest.
Because that's America. That's what we really, I mean, the best thing a farmer can do is grow nothing for government money.
But we got it from China, $28 billion. We had a lot left over that went into the Treasury of the United States.
No, it didn't.
To defend
the deficit is 6 times what it was under Obama.
American workers. Earlier today, I also signed an order to crack down on Chinese counterfeiters.
Did he say 28 million instead of billion?
And
Not surprising.
merchants who sell their fake products all over the United States. They put the name Tiffany. Tiffany. It's got the blue box, everything. Tiffany, Tiffany, Tiffany. Isn't that wonderful? But it wasn't made by Tiffany.
It wasn't made by Tiffany? She didn't actually make it? Turned out it was Deborah Gibson. That bitch. Making all this stuff and saying Tiffany had made it. Really? That's what everybody there is concerned about, I think, in Pennsylvania. The big problem in Johnstown is like, is the Tiffany stuff that I give to my girlfriend or husband or whatever, is that, or my grandmother, granddaughter, or graduation present, is it real Tiffany's? I mean, honestly, I don't want to buy.
Biden will eliminate my tariffs on China. He's already said he's going to take the tariffs off China. There goes your steel industry. There goes your aluminum industry. There goes everything. Allowing them to plunder without consequence. The one constant
No, he's not going to say happy birthday.
in Biden's platform is surrender. He surrenders. He surrenders, whether it's China, whether it's Cuba. How about Cuba? How about the deal they made with Cuba? How bad was that one?
It was actually good.
Did it?
Did you? What was it about? What was the primary aspect of
That's
it?
why both China and the far left are desperate.
Is that, honest to God, is it Tiffany's birthday today? Seriously. It was Ivanka, not Tiffany? Okay.
For a Biden win, because he.
So it would be interesting if that's the only reason the word got into his brain. Was it today's her birthday?
Surrender our jobs to China. China will own the United States if that sleepy guy gets the position. Okay.
No, they won't. As a matter of fact, China's standing as an economic powerhouse and their ability to manufacture has been dented for at least 5 to 10 years because of everybody moving, because of COVID, moving their manufacturing bases out of there. To Indonesia, Taiwan, Vietnam, the Czech Republic.
And you can forget about Pennsylvania.
It is Tiffany's birthday? Son of a bitch. Dude just mentioned, he name dropped Tiffany because in the back of his head, he's like, what was something about Tiffany today?
And you know, don't also forget, your streets will be surrendered to the mob. You know, Republican areas
The Italian mob? At least they'll be there to protect Columbus.
are great. They're doing great. The crime is at record lows, everything else. These are the Democrat, super liberal Democrat areas. Unlike Sleepy Joe
The crime is at a record low in these Democrat areas? Okay.
Biden, I will never abandon our nation, and I will never abandon its values. My
What values are those?
goal is not to make friends in the D.C. swamp. My goal is to fight for you and fight for your family.
To stand in line to vote for 4 hours.
In 2017, I proudly signed a historic executive order making it official government policy to buy American and hire American.
Yeah, and none of it went into effect. Where's his American flag pin? I just noticed. He's not wearing one.
My opponent is
What happened? Did he throw up on his jacket on the ride and then they had to replace it?
forward a radical plan to eliminate U.S. borders.
He's like Rocky Balboa. No, he isn't. Rocky Balboa is a decent, law-abiding, self-starter.
By implementing catch and release programs that I ended. You know what catch and release is?
It's where you catch your American flag pin and then you release it to someone.
You catch a murderer, you catch a rapist coming
Is that what it does? So you catch a murderer and a rapist, and then what happens?
across our border, and you release them. Catch,
Yeah.
you catch them, and release them.
Oh, I see. So it means catch. So catch, then release.
And you say, I'm sorry, 3 years from now, please come back for a court case. Nobody comes
No, you don't.
back. Imposing deadly sanctuary cities and suspending all removals. They don't want any removals. This is what Biden agreed to with crazy
No, they want to review them all. You're just dumping people.
Bernie Sanders.
You dumped 8,800 children.
When you
That's an overcoat. It's not his jacket. I see. But does he have a jacket on underneath it?
people that are in this country
Even still, where's the pin?
illegally, even if they're murderers, if they're rapists, nobody.
President, why doesn't he have one on
What
his
they
overcoat?
are, you can't remove them. We've removed tens of.
Yeah, what are you talking about? The Obama administration removed tons of criminal aliens.
Thousands of people, including MS-13. It would mean the total nullification
I understand what.
of U.S. borders, overwhelming every city and town in America, and especially in a place like Pennsylvania. If Biden wins, your borders are gone, which means your health care is gone, the middle class is gone, and your safety is gone. Other than that,
And the whole place will be on fire, and there won't be any statues, and we'll all live and have to speak Spanish.
you'll be doing very nicely.
And there won't be any suburbs because it'll all be poor people. But there'll be more. Everybody will be poor because they'll be taxed to be poor. So you'll have a bunch of rich. You'll live in Schitt's Creek.
Under my leadership,
The series, not the actual creek with shit.
we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history.
Yeah, because no one's crossing it because we have more disease than the people on the other side of the border.
And we're finishing that wall. It's going to be built very soon. It's going to be finished. We're going to have
Yeah, in a very short period
the
of time.
greatest celebration.
Oh, it's going to be a party.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, so fun.
That was a tough one. Remember, they said, we don't need a wall.
Yeah.
They wanted drones, drones flying around, looking at the people pouring across the border. They wanted drones. They wanted modern technology. You know what I've said often, right?
Wheel and wall.
There are two things that will always be around in 1,000
The roof and the axle.
years, in 2,000 years. All new computers, all new everything. You come up with a new computer, you come up with a new chip. 3 days later, it's obsolete. I would
It's a great bit from 1991.
not want to be in that business. But there are two things. A wall
Yeah, you don't want to be in that business. Apple is the first $1 trillion company.
and a wheel, right? A
Yeah.
wall and a wheel. And
The wall and the wheel. Yeah. The wheels are useless without an axle. I mean, honestly. And what do you think of when you express to someone that you've provided for them? You provide them with walls? No, a roof over their head. Like, hey, we don't have a roof and it is raining, but There's a wall just to your right.
2,000 years, 2,000 years, it's going to be here. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military and launched the first new branch of the United States
Oh, we've said Space Force like 3 times. Jesus, man, stick to your speech.
Armed Forces in more than 75 years. Space Force.
And it was already in existence.
For our great...
Oh, God.
Nobody thought we'd ever get that done. We killed the leader of...
Okay, we've been through this one.
When I took over, that caliphate was all over the place.
Yeah, only 96% of it had been wiped out.
It was a mess. We took out the world's #1 terrorist.
Well, number 2, quite frankly. I think Osama bin Laden.
Qasem Soleimani is
Oh, yeah, he's totally the big name.
dead.
Okay, we don't have Tom Cruise, but we do have Richard Grieco.
Thank you. He's dead.
No offense to Richard Grieco, but...
I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, one of the worst deals I've ever seen. That's John Kerry. The guy was totally incompetent. That guy didn't know what the hell he was doing.
Really? Because he managed to stop them from producing a weapon, and now they're getting nuclear materials from Russia.
He gave them $150 billion,
No, it was theirs. It was frozen assets. We didn't have it.
$1.8 billion in cash for
Yeah, it was frozen assets. We were paying interest on it.
nothing.
This asshole wants us to play. Trump would like us to be paying interest to Iran.
I kept my promise, recognized the true capital of Israel.
Oh, God. Okay.
Over the Golan Heights.
All right.
We're forging peace in the Middle East. You see the deals we made? I actually got...
Oh, yeah, Bahrain, UAE. At least they stopped bombing. I mean, I never believed that the Bahrainians would put down their weapons. Well, I mean, they didn't really put them down. They just got a bunch of new ones from us, so...
Nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, God, this is dull.
Press didn't cover it, but that's okay. Press didn't cover it, Mike.
Because it was done by, like, a sycophant of years overseas, not by anybody who actually gave a shit.
I got nominated for 3 Nobel Peace Prizes. I did more in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years. And that's...
Yeah, unless you're a woman in an abusive relationship who has a stalker who's trying to kill her, or anybody who benefited from the Recovery Act. Yeah.
Now Biden is pushing the most far-left agenda ever put forward by a presidential nominee. He's going to...
But he just also lost the left because he said law and order.
Ruin your energy. He's going to ruin your state. The Biden plan would destroy Social Security and destroy protections for pre-existing conditions because there's no money. Biden's running...
Why is there no money? Why is there no money for pre-existing conditions? Oh, because you got rid of the mandate, which paid for it.
Sponsored a bill...
What is that?
Outlaw private health insurance. We have 180 million
He's not
people
going to outlaw...
with great private...
Biden won. The pushback that Biden specifically had was that he actually, hold on one second. I'm rolling back on something. There we go.
Plans. They want to keep it that way. They're going to outlaw them. They're going to get rid of them.
No, they're not.
Biden's vowed to terminate our travel ban.
That is what Medicare for All purports to do. And Biden's problem with it was that it would do that. It would eliminate private insurance before Medicare for All was actually in place and people were able to access it. So you go 4 years with a gap in service for everyone. And his point was a public option you can start immediately. It finances itself. It's not up for grabs the way the Affordable Care Act was, because making it a tax, make the individual mandate a tax as the primary payment point, whereas as supposedly running a not-for-profit where all the money taken in by the public option would go to finance the insurance necessary, creates a lot more money to help people with pre-existing conditions and eliminate lifetime caps. And you can't get it taken away because people do it voluntarily.
On jihadist regions and surge refugee admissions by more than 700%. He agreed to this. He said...
Yeah, because you want the Coptic Christians and the Yazidis to be able to escape and come to America where they actually believe in freedom and democracy and all those kind of things. You want to allow those refugees in. And if there was only one person let in from those areas because you completely blocked everything, then 7 people are going to be coming in. I think we can all relax and not panic.
That's okay. Let him come in. You know, I got the ban, right? Remember the ban? Remember it was a big deal. I got the ban.
Yeah, and Coptic Christians started dying in mass.
I said, if it's okay, we have unfriendly countries. If it's all right with you, they're not coming into our country. I got the ban. We won in the Supreme Court, 5-4. I got the ban. He wants to give up the ban. He wants to let people pour into our country. 700% increase.
Yeah, from 1.
Opening the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. I don't want to speak too much. Little Wood. This is real Wood.
Little Wood.
I don't want to speak too
That's a little too much information.
much, but you haven't seen too many things happening lately, have you?
No, it's all been right-wing white supremacist terrorists.
And school
That's like bragging that you only had Timothy McVeigh.
choice charter schools and Pennsylvania opportunity scholarships. In a second term, I will provide school choice to every parent in America. It's so important.
Anything to avoid financing public schools properly.
For Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. And in conclusion, and I love being back with you in Pennsylvania. So many incredible memories, certainly. No, so many. What a night that was. Remember that night? Donald Trump has won the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's not going to happen again.
Remember how late they just didn't want to call it? They didn't want to call it. I said, call it
Because it was close.
already. If I lost, we were at 98%. We were substantially ahead. If I lost every...
It was 118,000 votes, and then it squeezed it smaller.
We still won. It took them like till 2 o'clock in the morning before they called it. In the meantime...
Yeah, God forbid they count every vote.
Wisconsin came in, Michigan came in, but they
You mean states with fewer people?
just refused to call Pennsylvania. They just couldn't. Remember, they were crying and they were all screwed up. Over the next 4 years, we'll make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we'll end our reliance on China once and for all. That's already...
Yeah, no. Nobody's relying on China right now. That's their biggest problem currently. Everybody is trying to find another place to do their manufacturing.
happening. We'll hire more police, increase penalties for...
Before the China virus hit, the budget put forth by the Trump administration cut funding to local police departments.
Enforcement, and
He just dumps old military gear on them and calls it a funding increase while cutting their pay.
will ban...
Hey, Jim, I know you keep getting shot at, and you know, you're using that old bulletproof vest, and I get that, you know, you got a kid and you're trying to get him into school now. He's graduating, he's going to go to college and stuff, but we just can't, we don't have anything we can't raise your pay this year as a cop. We just don't have it in the budget. The president did give us a Black Hawk helicopter, though. And so all of our other funding is going to go to maintain an attack helicopter we can't use.
deadly sanctuary cities that people don't want. We
I
will
don't know.
uphold religious liberty,
I don't know.
free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. Your
That's right. Who would Jesus shoot?
Second Amendment. We'll strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of endless, foreign, ridiculous...
Yeah, we're saying the same pieces over again. Literally, this is like honestly, this speech is the same 4 chunks of shit recycled.
We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. And by the way, we've rebuilt our military. I told you, $2.5 trillion.
Taxpayer money.
We have weapons
Tell me how many dollars in taxes you paid.
and equipment, the likes of which no country has ever seen before. We are the envy of Russia. We are the envy of China.
Yeah, and when will you be giving them after you lose the presidency, when will you be giving them the plans that you've snuck out of the White House?
Are the envy of everybody. There is no country that has what we have. And I will tell you, when I first came here, one of our generals, highly overrated, said to me, "Sir, we have no
Highly overrated.
ammunition." That's where we started. And now we have the greatest
Why was he overrated if he spoke frankly with you and tried to fix things?
weapons anywhere in the world, and just hope to God
One of our generals, highly overrated, told me this.
we never have to use them. We will end surprise medical building, require price
Surprise medical buildings. Uh-oh. Jesus Christ, a hospital, turn. All right.
transparency,
He meant billing.
which is already signed January 1st, it kicks in, and further reduce the cost of prescription drugs. And I'm
That crowd is thinning out behind him. Look at this. There was somebody standing here. There's two girls over there. There's somebody in the front row behind him. So the other dude walked away from the other side.
talking about 50, 60, 70, 80% because of what I've done with favored nations. We're getting the lowest price, Mike. The whole world, we're going down. We're taking these nations. They pay a fraction of what we pay. I said, nope. Whatever they pay, I want to pay. Why are
No, you're formed a commission to look into why that is.
we paying more than any other nation? We're the highest. We're going down to match the
Because Republicans won't allow it.
lowest. The drug companies don't love me too much, just in case you haven't heard.
Yeah, they do, because you're giving them a smokescreen. They don't give a shit. They know it's all phony. It's
We will
rope-a-dope.
strongly protect Medicare and Social Security. We'll always protect.
Thank you, Destiny. I ran out of tea. But I will hydrate as soon as I get off.
Patience with-
Because I've got, in 1 minute, I have to call, as soon as he finishes this up, I'm going to call Richard and set up, I've got a, hold on, let me try this or whatever. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Letting Richard know. Going along. 10 minutes. Yuki. Whoops. Hello.
Pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, how? 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 I know you keep saying this, but how you pay for it?
America will land the first
I do.
woman on the moon in the United States.
I do have Van Halen night before me.
This will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars, and we're very close.
Yeah, we're so close. I mean, they basically launching any minute now.
We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students
With
and
patriotic
restore
learning.
patriotic education to our schools.
Make America North Korea again. Oh yeah, the trolls are still here. I mean, they got to hang in there. They got to try.
We will teach our children to love our country, honor our
Why wouldn't you just convince them through your behavior? Why do you have to teach them? It should be, yeah, forced patriotism. That's the way. Just scream at them loudly enough. It's a flag! Love the flag! All right, I'm convinced.
history and always respect our great American flag.
We won't stand for the best principles in it, but we'll never kneel for it, apparently.
And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust."
That's not our national motto. Our national motto is E pluribus unum. From many comes one.
For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the
We're really doing we're still hanging on the Obama apology tour idea? Really?
great people of Pennsylvania. It's very important. So
why is he fighting with the census? Because it counts too many brown people.
get your friends. Most important election we've ever had. Get your family. Get your neighbors and get out and vote. You got to get out and vote like you never voted before. Places that we won, like Erie, places that we won, you got to get out and vote. Because from Erie to Easton, from Pittsburgh to Harrisburg, and from Allentown to right here in Johnstown, we stand on the shoulders of Pennsylvania patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation.
It almost sounds like he's trying to give a shit.
Where our founding fathers declared American independence. Think of what you have in Pennsylvania.
Think about what independence, and if you really think about independence.
No, think. Who could say that?
Who could say that? But
what you've done.
This is the thing. What you've done here, you people, these folks here. I mean, some of you moved from Delaware, giving up on your hometown.
What the history of this incredible place, the Commonwealth.
Yeah, where'd you go?
Of Pennsylvania.
You keep saying Commonwealth.
Think of what you've done.
Think
it's
about
where
the Commonwealth.
Its brutal winter at Valley Forge, and General George Washington. Don't worry, his statues are not coming down. Okay.
No, they're not.
Led his men on a daring mission across the Delaware, and where our nation was saved by the heroes of Gettysburg. This is the place where generations of tough, strong Pennsylvania workers mined the cold, worked the railroads, and forged.
They mined the cold? Do you mind the cold? I mean, it's chilly.
The steel that made America into the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. And you have seen nothing yet. You wait till you see what we're doing. Wait till you see.
No, best is yet to go. Yeah, wait till you see it, guys, because it hasn't happened yet.
What we're doing.
What are you doing?
We are
wait till you see. I'm not going to tell you. I'll let you know after.
Making our country greater than ever before. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on.
This is the winning part.
And we are going to keep on winning,
whining. I gotta say, like, saying it 3 times just seems a little pitiful.
And when your great congressman to come.
It sounds like he's selling you a thing that protects your leaf gutters.
To see me, right?
Like, gets leaves out of your gutters.
Great, what a group of warriors. I don't know.
Now you got they don't like a gas.
Them, I'm not sure I can handle that group. But when they come in to see me in the Oval Office, they say, Mr. President, Pennsylvania's not used to winning this much. We got to slow it down a little bit.
I don't know why we're tired of winning. During honestly, with as many deaths as they've had.
And I'll say, Mike, I'm sorry, Mike. You tell the rest of them, Mike, we're not going to slow it down at all. Pennsylvania wants to win more than anybody in this country wants.
Yeah, they want to have the most deaths of anybody from COVID.
To win. Pennsylvania is going to win. We're never going to.
Thank you, Patreon supporters. Appreciate you for assembling.
Stop. We're going to keep on winning. We're going to win so much, you're going to love every moment of it, all right? Hey, you know what? You lost long enough, I can tell you that. Many years.
Yeah, you lost. Yeah, winning.
Where your factories and your plants left because we had stupid leaders.
Whoops, my headphones died.
Don't kid yourself. You lost for a long time, and now you're winning, and you're winning like never before. Open it up, Governor. Open it up. Because we're one move.
You know, one of the reasons why they're closed is so that they don't win the number of deaths on the East Coast.
One family, one people, and one glorious nation under God.
But the Democrat cities, really.
Together with the incredible people of Pennsylvania, we have made America wealthy again.
No.
We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. And we will make America safe again. And we
Oh, you haven't made America safe?
We will make America great again. Thank
So you're gonna make it safe and great. It isn't safe and great right now. 4 years in.
you very much, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Get out and vote. Vote, vote, vote.
Oh my God. He's gonna think the dancing was a plus, isn't he? Jesus Christ.
Feel good.
Oh, and he farted again. He's not wearing an undercoat, is he? Oh yeah, there's a suit jacket. He's wearing an overcoat and he doesn't have a flag pin on it. Don't know why. Oh God. This is best with the sound off. What are we seeing? What are we watching here? This is a desperate man in a desperate situation. Goodbye, everyone. Hand job, hand job. Best I can do. I'm gonna go over here, hand job, point, wag, and I'll do a little leg wiggle, little Elvis leg wiggle, and then the weird back and forth waving, hand job, hand job, hand job, hand job, hand job, and you get a hand job, and you get a hand job. Hey, guy, hand job, wave. All right, and then we'll come over here, and I'll walk back. Oh, I gotta stay out here for a while, otherwise they'll know I'm going right back to an oxygen tent. And speed, clap, clap, hand job, hand job. You gotta go, hoinky, hoinky, doink, doing, doing. Hi, how are you? Clap, clap. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. Okay. Bye, everybody. Thanks. Okay. I'm gonna go give everybody a kiss. Bye. I'll give you a kiss next time. So much for the kisses. I'd like to come out there and kiss all the guys, and especially the guys. And thank you. Love you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna kiss you. Next time I'll stick my thumb in your bum. That lady's Trump sign is upside down. Hold on. Check this out. It's a nice moment. There you go. Text Trump to whether we're gonna to 77052. All right. Text workers to whatever the numbers my fingers cover. Bye, everybody. Thanks so much. Thanks for staying back. What's up, incel guy? How's everybody? And thanks for wearing the stuff they made you wear. Okay, bye. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Over it. Okay. Thanks. Goodbye. Clap, clap. Clink you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Glue. Glue. Hand job, point. Clap, clap, clap. Dance, dancity, dance, it, dance, it, dancity, dance, dance, it, dancity. This is just weird. Doobie, doobie, doo. Hand job for you. Bye. Hand job, hand job. Hey, drive by hand job. Good God. Bye, everybody. I'm not playing the music because I don't want to get a copyright strike. Bye. Thank you. Good glue. Hey, good glue. Good glue. Eat glue. Doink, doink, doinky dee, doink, doink. Through. Wave. Thanks. Thanks, Francie. Welcome, everybody, and thanks for sticking around for this. As soon as this is over, I'm going to take off and head to my... I'm doing a special version of the Double Neck Download, my podcast with Richard Hunter tonight about Eddie Van Halen. Oh, Francie, thanks for coming back. Hand job, hand job, hand job. And wave. And a little dancey poo. Oh, there we go. And one step at a time. Oh, boy. Look out. There we go. Thanks, guys. So much for the walking through the crowd. And, yeah, I'm not going to happen. Okay, bye. Oh, wave at the plane. That's right. Everybody wave bye-bye to the mayor. That's great. This is just ridiculous. Okay. There, off he goes. Which way's the plane? It's the giant blue thing over there. It's kind of looks like a big Tylenol. Yep. Hand jobs for everybody. Let's go. All right. Oh, we didn't get a good angle on the dancing. The dancing shots will come from Twitter later. He did not, for the record, walk into the crowd and kiss all the men and more than the women, but not enjoy it too much. So, and there he goes. We'll go watch him. Everybody, watch him go up the stairs. It's breathtaking. Honestly. Yeah. Turn around. Okay. All right, clap, clap. Dance up there. Dance. You can still hear the music. Give him a dance. Come on. Come on. Dance, monkey, dance. Nope. All right. Bye. Okay. Okay. Wait, let me go. You're not the pilot. Go the other way. Head back the other way. You're okay. Just stand here till we close the door. Yeah, you're supposed to go the other direction. You're back there. You're not the. I'm the pilot. No, you can't sit up here. You sit in the back. It's safer. Oh, it's the middle entry. So he did go to the front. Like, they didn't use the front of the plane like they normally do. It's too high? I don't know. That's so fun. He's going to watch the floor TV on Air Force One. Yeah, he's just going to go lay on the floor and stare at the ceiling TV. Oh, God. Anyways, I appreciate you guys spending the evening with me. This has been a joy. In contrast, the coherent and politically astute speech that Biden gave compared to this whiny bitch fest by an aging semi-TV star. I don't understand, quite frankly, how he thinks this helps him. It seems really pitiful, and he increasingly seems to be doing the whole, like, if I lose to this guy, how can I be losing to this guy? Like, we're going to be that. Like, by Friday, he's going to flat out be going, what the fuck is wrong with you, Iowa? How can I be losing to that asshole? Like, he's going to start saying that. It's going to be so fun to watch. This is great. But, and to our trolls who, you know, they gave a valiant effort tonight. You know, they did their rubber stamp Trump 2020 stuff, and they, you know, try to do their, like, who are you thing when they came to my page and my feed, which is interesting. It's an interesting take on things. Like, obviously, I got your time and you'll never get it back, so that's fun. So thanks for that permanent donation. But I would like to also remind everybody that whether you're for or against me, vote. It is your time to vote. This is a democracy. I mean, I'm obviously not talking to the foreign trolls who are pretending to be, I am Eric from Wisconsin. I've been like baseball, like that. I'm not talking to him. But everybody else who's an American citizen, who's of age, I encourage you to vote. Vote once and vote wisely. And whether you vote for Joe Biden, which I would recommend wholeheartedly and without reservation, or you vote for Donald Trump because you've got a screw loose, that's up to you. I just want, in a democracy, everybody to vote. Everybody. I want you to vote because you have the right to vote, and I want you to take that right seriously and make your voice heard. And if you think your state is a blue state or a red state and your voice doesn't count, I would like to remind you your voice matters more because you limit the mandate of the other side that is against you if you're in a state that is overwhelmingly the other color, and you add to the mandate if you're in the state that supports the ideas that you like. So you vote to let your voice be heard and make people understand that there's masses of people that support that way forward, that path forward. So vote, pick somebody, make an adult choice, and you know, be a proud member of this democracy. That's all I'm asking. It's a lot. I understand. It's hard for you. It's difficult. You know, you're losing it. I completely understand. You've been trying to support this guy, and he doesn't make it easy. I mean, it's a valiant attempt. But I would like to remind you that if you're in Texas or you're in any of these states that are have been fundamentally red for a long time, I want to remind you that if you're seeing this now or a little bit later, or somebody turns you onto it later, I would like to remind you that your vote, there are enough people who think, oh, why should I bother to vote? It's going to go red anyways. There are enough of you to not just make the state purple, but to flip it blue. So, and that is a material reality. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. If all the people who voted, you know, who didn't vote because they're like, what difference does it make? My state's going one way that I don't want to go, or that it's already going one way. If they voted, it would change the dynamic of every state. Did Ivanka Trump date Quincy Jones? I don't know about that. I do know she knocked boots allegedly with Christopher Steele, the guy who created the PP dossier. So there you go. So Texas absolutely could be a blue state flat out if everybody there voted. That's why they're trying to make it hard for you to vote. That's why they're trying to slow down the vote. And anybody who you know, is for any situation where it should take you more than a half hour to vote at all, even in the most egregiously crowded situations, is anti-democracy. So there you go. For the record. So even if you don't like me or you don't vote my way, if you can vote, if you're an American citizen, by all means vote. Say your piece. Because if you're looking for somebody who's trying to, you know, cancel you out and take your rights away and all that kind of stuff, that's a fantasy you've built up in your head. You live in a cartoon world that's been, you know, drawn by this clown and his sycophant supporters. There's a whole real world of people out here who can have policy decisions and disagreements about stuff. And we can work on those things. So anyways, that said, trolls, try harder next time. I was really disappointed. I mean, I saw some of them and they just really didn't, I mean, yeah, it kind of fell flat. It was kind of like Trump's speech tonight. It was, you know, the night before was a little more geared up and he certainly had a lot more energy because he's getting oxygen on the plane. He's in a negative pressure room, or sorry, a positive pressure chamber on the plane more than likely to make sure his infection in his lungs doesn't grow. He's getting basically his blood turned over. He's getting every possible treatment. 5 years from now, he'll have arthritis caused by it, but he won't give a shit then. It'll, you know, this will all be over, and he'll use it as a way to get out of criminal stuff, like Harvey Weinstein showing up with a walker, or Bill, you know, Cosby saying that he's, you know, blind, and so therefore, how can he be a criminal? There you go. Richard is saying, if you're not happy here, just leave and go to Venezuela. I'm quite happy here. What are you even talking about? That's weird. Okay. Well, nice try though. I mean, I get those. I mean, like, America, love it or leave it. It's a, you know, it's a simple approach. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it's kind of it's not the heavy lifting of political arguing. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, it's kind of like the 1,000 chimps, or the infinite number of chimps, infinite number of typewriters version of political thought. But okay. Hal, interested in hearing the Eric Trump deposition? Oh, as am I. I can't wait till it actually gets put out. So it'll be a long time before we hear it. I will say that. But anyways, I got to sign off because I got to go do this podcast. You guys are wonderful. Never stop working. Adore you guys. Take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. You know, if you're a Trump supporter, I would like you to go apologize to a vet for believing his bullshit about the Choice Act. Just go apologize. Just find one. Just find the vet and say, sorry, I believed what he told me about veterans' choice. I apologize. Because you were participating in a lie about and to veterans, and that's pretty shitty. And also apologize to them for not believing that that POWs are heroes. I mean, you owe them an apology for believing that. I mean, it's fairly simple. You can just say, I apologize for thinking that POWs aren't heroes. You can just say that to them. They deserve to hear it. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. See you tomorrow.
So-called people that are looking. I had to beat off.
You stay classy, San Diego.
We need you. Hell, I need you. I'm a mess without you. I miss you so damn much. I miss being with you. I miss being near you. I miss your laugh. I miss your scent. I miss your musk. When this all gets sorted out, I think you and me should get an apartment together.
I had to beat off. They're genius. They get it better than these guys that are looking at stuff.
Climb over each other's face. You can climb right over their face. You don't have to wear masks. You don't have to do anything.
Winston Churchill stood on the rooftops in London, very calm, making speeches. Winston Churchill.
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
It's good to be the king.
They don't like the gas. People coming over with bags of soup, big bags of soup. They're not allowed to be offensive, unfortunately.
I had to beat off.
We're honored to have with us today our amazing Vice President, Mike Pence, and his wonderful wife, Karen. Michigan gave us Motang.
And you know, when you say per capita, this many per capita, it's like per capita relative to what? A lot of very bad things are happening in Nicaragua.
I had to beat off.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Yosemites, that's better than a brick because you can't throw a brick, it's too heavy.
Captain's log.
They're not allowed to be offensive, unfortunately.
10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question?
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
And you know, when you say per capita, this many per capita, it's just like per capita relative to what?
You have nobody guarding your potatoes. You have nobody guarding your potatoes. You have nobody guarding your potatoes. They're not allowed to be offensive, unfortunately.
I had to beat off.
Yosemites.
Soup for my family. Soup for my family. If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Wildlife refuges. I mean, you look at this, you look at what we do with our wildlife. Yosemites. Not since the answer. I go super duper.
I don't read, obviously.
Wool up. And then wool up. Cans of soup. Rarely does anything happen. First new branch of the U.S. Armed Forces in 75 years, Space Force. Not since the answer.